I recognize the Honorable Minister Al-Shaban from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. And we also have the Minister from United Arab Emirates who will also be joining us, representing the President of the United Arab Emirates, joining us sometime this morning. And we also have the Senior Minister from Barbados, representing Honorable Minister, Prime Minister Maya. Barbados, are we here? Okay, very good. I see you over there, Honorable Minister. Welcome. So I'm recognize those guests that have come from quite afar to join the African dream of water investments. So why are we here? If we can go back to the slides. The expected outcomes that have been curated are 5. Number 1, we are here to help set the stage for mobilizing pledges, commitments, statements of intent, billions of investments that are needed to help narrow the water investment gap on the continent. There will also be a high-level declaration that will be adopted, which hopefully will be presented to the G20 Leaders Summit when they convene in South Africa here in Johannesburg in this year. And the declaration will also hopefully be adopted at the summit of the African Union Heads of State in Addis Ababa in February next year. And we also hope that with the assistance of our partners, United Arab Emirates, Republic of Senegal, co-host of the UN 2026 Water Conference, that the declaration will also find itself there as a statement of Africa's position in partnership with their other partners from around the world around the issue of investments. One other objective is for the inauguration of a high-level body, the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, which is hoped to help set up a mechanism for follow-up at a political level, making sure that there's continuous political sustained momentum across G20 platforms, United Nations platforms, including conferences, climate change conferences, to ensure that all these high-level related global platforms with global leaders, this council can help us to help defragment and have a harmonized approach to address the issue of investments. We hope that during the matchmaking sessions, partnerships will be mobilized, financing mechanisms will be announced to help stage the stage for actual preparation of projects, which is actually why you are here, to make sure that the projects that you have brought from your different countries, that we are able to make sure that we follow up to matchmaking with the financing sources and the pipeline of projects. This summit will also recognize 6 distinguished global leaders for their high-level political leadership in mobilizing and transforming water investments. Those are the 5 outcomes that have been curated. Next slide. So very briefly, in terms of AIP, what is AIP? Some of us have never heard about it, and we're beginning to hear about it, but let me just do a quick reminder. So the Africa Investment Program was originally initiated in 2016 when the Secretary General of the United Nations at the time, Ban Ki-moon, President of the World Bank, Jim Kim, established a panel of heads of states, 11 sitting heads of states from around the world, which included 3 from Africa, South Africa, Senegal, and Mauritius. In 2018, that panel submitted its report to the UN General Assembly for adoption, and they recommended that Africa needed to pay special attention to the issue of water investments because they were lagging. We were making good progress on governance, policy frameworks, but implementation was lagging because of the issue of finances. The African Ministers' Council on Water adopted that resolution, and in closer working relationship with the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, African Union, the Global Water Partnership where I come from, the roadmap was developed, which was then adopted by the AMCO ministers And we're grateful that we are over 37 ministers that are present here from the African continent. The Africa Investment Program was then adopted by the heads of state in 2021 as part of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa Phase 2, PIDA. Next slide. So that is the high-level context. So this is the program of the African Union with partners. Why the AIP? It's simple, to close the water investment gap on the continent. According to estimates from the African Development Bank, the current shortfall, the current investments are between $10 and $19 billion when you combine all the financial flows into the sector across the continent from all sources, MDBs, governments, private sector, 10 to 19. So there's an additional shortfall of about 30 billion. It's a big number, sounds like a big number, but when you look at Africa, 54 countries, it's not much. So this is what the AIPs, the leaders are saying, we need to close the gap. We need to find where this money is. Next slide. So this is fundamentally what the AIP is about. So as part of the Africa Investment Program, the African Union also set up a high-level panel of heads of states, African leaders, led by the President of Senegal, the former President, Macky Sall, when he was chair of the African Union, President of Namibia, the late President Hage Geingob, co-chairs, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, the former Prime Minister, Mark Rutte, who is now Secretary General of NATO, and I recognize the Netherlands Dutch envoy, who is also here. Welcome, Meike. So those were the co-chairs, plus our boss, my boss, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, the former president of Tanzania, who was appointed to be the alternate co-chair of this panel, and it comprised a number of leaders from around the continent, including Republic of Zambia, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Gabon, as well as other leaders who were invited. The King of Morocco was also invited. This is the panel that was launched and inaugurated by the African Union at COP28 in Sharm el-Sheikh. So these leaders, their task was very simple. Where is this 30 billion going to come from? So they set up a team led by the African Union and AUDA NEPAD to find the money. And we set out to find where that money is. And we were under the assumption that we need to mobilize donors from all over the world. But what we found out was very instructive, that actually the money we were looking for was not very far away. It was within our countries. So the high-level panel report was produced. It's still there. You can look at it, honorable ministers and guests that are here, which shows where the financing sources are. Next slide. So the high-level panel also recommended 5 action points in terms of how to accelerate and close the investment gap. Next slide, please. I don't see the next slide, IT. So the 5-point action plan in that report is a summary of what are some of the key actions that needs to be undertaken by partners to be able to close and address the issues of challenges. So honorable ministers and leaders that are here, this is something extremely important to pay for. Number one, it seems quite obvious, but doesn't happen that often or efficiently. Number one, high-level cross-sector leadership and commitment. As some of you already know, and particularly I keep referring to our ministers, large-scale investments on water would never happen without the go-ahead of leaders, the heads of states. It's never going to happen anywhere because they have to give the go-ahead. They have to give the go-ahead to the Minister of Finance for the budgets, and of course, to give the political support to our leaders, those that are mandated, those with the mandate. So a high-level commitment at the heads of state level is not an option. But because water exists in so many sectors, health, agriculture, hygiene, and many others industry, the only way to ensure a coordinated, effective way of managing water infrastructure development across the entire value chain is to have a cross-sectoral, multi-sectoral, whole system government approach. And establishing that coordination mechanism is essential to enable the ministries that are responsible for water and financing to forge the leadership that is required in a coordinated way, from planning all the way to implementation. Number two, because water is so fragmented, it's difficult to track accountability, both from different sectoral ministries, private sector, NGOs, and from our finance partners. They make pledges that they will give so much, they don't follow up. Sometimes it takes 5 years. I heard from one of the countries, they made a pledge to give me 300 million, it's taken 5 years. The election cycle has finished. Mutual accountability, government, financiers, and partners, including technical partners like ourselves, the Global Water Partnership Organization, where I come from, and many others that exist out there. So the AU developed a water investment scorecard to track commitments across the entire continent. And this will be a mechanism that will be used by the heads of state to annually follow up, led by AUDA NEPAD. What commitments are being made? How are they being followed up? How are they being implemented? Where are the challenges? And where are the bottlenecks? And what action needs to be done? AUDA NEPAD is hosting that scorecard already. It's already been developed, and it's already being rolled out across the continent. This is a tool for accountability. Number three, innovative finance and matchmaking. National finance resources from the Treasury are limited. We need to be innovative. We need to find ways to attract investments, bring down the barriers, de-risking the sector or projects, and matchmake the supply of projects with the financing sources. This platform is doing just that for the first time on water on the continent. And we believe that our leaders are going to continue with this, as you will notice as we go along. So matchmaking at the continental level, matchmaking at sub-regional level, matchmaking at a country level. So some of this work has been done before, but what we are asking for is ambition, scale, speed, and acceleration to do this within your countries. Number five, it will be impossible to attract financing from our partners in the private sector without improving efficiency and the regulations. Most of our utilities are not bankable. Their accounts are not audited, or if they are audited, they are not in good shape. Their revenue stream is basically being subsidized by governments all the time. The water sector is extremely inefficient. In some countries, water losses go up to 64, 70%. Now, if that was your money that is being invested in a venture where the losses are 67%, would you invest in it? How many of us would invest in that? So the private sector have told us consistently through the work of the AIP and the high-level panel that we are not going to do it unless those that have the mandate address these efficiency issues. We have the money, but we'll continue putting the money in real estate, in tourism, in transport, and now in energy. But for water, no. But we know that there are countries where they have made progress on these issues. And some of those countries are here from outside the continent in terms of water efficiency. We can share the experiences. So we need to address this elephant in the room so that we can unlock the financing. The last point, in terms of the high-level panel recommendation, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ODA, Official Development Assistance, is so little, and it was so little at the time we did this report in 2023. And now with what has been happening in the last 2 years, as we've noticed, it's even much less. Using that grant money to dig boreholes to supply water is not efficient because it's so little, and it will never solve Africa's problems. The high-level panel message was, let's use that funding that we get from our partners strategically. That means using it to see where are the inefficiencies that make it difficult to get additional funding. Let's use that money to fix those so that we can make the pie bigger to attract more money. These are the 5-point action plan in the high-level panel report. Honorable Ministers, we invite you and delegates to also encourage our advisors to look through that, because the work was done by a number of experts that were drawn up and compiled by the African Union with the latest information, including some of our existing partners in your countries. Next slide. So in terms of the summit, I don't think you can see that. Can you see that? Are you able to see that? From where you are? At the back, can you see the pyramid? Teresa, can you see the pyramid? Is it visible, the words? Okay. I think I'm growing old, you know, with eyesight. So the pyramid of water investment transformation is the core of that report. It indicates the 9 financing sources where the money can come from, the 30 billion. And it shows very clearly when you go from the top of the pyramid, the shape of the pyramid, the shape and size of the triangle, the layer indicates the volume of investments. From the top, you can see ODA is the least. So when this report was done, it shows that the amount of official development assistance grants available on the entire continent was only up to about 5 billion. 0.5 billion actually, not 5 billion, 0.5. It is so tiny. And what we found out, what the high-level panel found out, that countries are spending a lot of time looking for grants, writing lots of proposals, but actually it's very little. This is backed by numbers, figures, statistics, including from our partners, the OECD. It's very little, it's not there. And then you have, from the top of the pyramid, the financing from the multilateral development banks, MDBs. This includes our own Africa Development Bank. I recognize my brother, the Director of Water and Sanitation is here, Michelle Chiwa. AFDB was very much part of this study as well. World Bank. When you combine financing flows from the MDBs, you can see how much you get. You have in terms of the figures there. It's not much. Then the other layer, as you begin to go down, you have got multilateral climate finance, increasing but not a lot, because a lot of it is pledges. 100 billion per year, did we get that? Potential source, lots of work goes in. But the core message of this report was the middle of the pyramid, the domestic, that's where the resources are. Governments, it was found that governments actually are putting in more. I think it was over 60% African governments financing from Treasury for water. Quite a substantial amount. So African leaders are trying. They're doing their best. Because over 60% is coming from national budgets. That's quite significant. A round of applause for our governments. But the challenge is that in that middle of domestic finance, the largest amount of finance potential is from institutional investors, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, but unfortunately they are not putting money into water. It's there, they put it into other assets, but not water, because of what I said earlier, the inefficiencies in the sector. So the money is there, but it would rather go into PPPs in transport or energy, because it's so inefficient. But the money is actually there. And there will be many examples during the course of the summit that will be shown. And of course, corporates, the private sector as well, need to internalize the cost of water and their operations in their books, so that government is not subsidizing by treating the waste, treating the pollution from the industries. And sometimes even requesting for subsidies, tax-free, and they get it, but they're making profits. And the price for industries that are making money is in most cases the same as the price for consumers. Yet there's revenue, water coming in, money going in, subsidized, they make profits, and it's not their fault. So the regulation, the structures, the policing, the stewardship, mutual accountability needs to be enforced. But this pyramid, as I come towards a close, it would not actually work. As a whole, the financing, all these sources can never work if the bottom of the pyramid is not addressed. What is the bottom of the pyramid? Improving efficiency, governance, regulation, putting the sector in order. Without that, everything else will not be unlocked. So we are hoping with the leaders that are here, the heads of state that will be here, our ministers that are here, leaders from the private sector, from the commercial banks, we can generate a united movement to say we are going back to our countries to address these inefficiencies, so that the next time our leaders call us here for something like this again, would have made progress on the side of our partners and the governments. Next slide. So this is what we're here for. So the program is online. Most of you have seen the site, so it's continuously being updated. So we are starting with a high-level roundtable with the leaders, which will be led by His Excellency, the President of this country, and then we'll have a number of leaders who will also join the first roundtable of heads of states. Then the next slide, there will be, after the first round, there will be an endorsement of the first working draft, and I emphasize that. I was instructed I should emphasize its endorsement of the first working draft, giving political signals from our leaders of what this summit, the level of ambition. And then we'll have the next 2 days to update that, to make sure that by the final day, a declaration that has the input of all partners is adopted. There's the family photo that will be led by our heads of state, and then there is going to be plenary 2 again in this, which will focus on investors in terms of the first roundtable with the investor dialogue, in terms of what are the enablers of finance. We'll hear from the investors, they're here. Then there will be lunch, then we'll come back for at 2:30, where we'll have parallel sessions with a second roundtable of heads of state at 2:30. That will also be in this room. You can see the program. It will be moderated by the President of the African Ministers' Council, my good friend, Honorable Sheikh Tijani, who is also here. I introduced the minister already. Then the first matchmaking, the real core of the business. Everything else is so important as well, but the real core, the first 20 projects will be showcased in different matchmaking rooms within this venue. So those who came with projects, you know where to go, you know where those projects are. And these moderators that have been volunteered their time. Then plenary 3 will be in the afternoon, which is about showcasing innovative financing sector in terms of what are innovative financing models. And then we'll proceed to tomorrow's program, which will be a ministerial roundtable, moderated by my good friend here, Daniel, our stage host, as well as represented by a number of ministers as well, including United Arab Emirates, Republic of Senegal, to make some inputs and guide us on what's going to happen in the UN Water Conference next year on the issue of investments. Plenary 5 will be in the mid-morning tomorrow, led by the African Development Bank. This will be focusing on giving voice to utilities. Utilities are actually, in most countries, the ones who do the work. So we'll close. There will be another second matchmaking session on day 2. And then plenary 6, we will focus on linking data and governance with financial decision making. The bottom layer of the pyramid, which is governance, how do we link that to financial decision making? How do we use digital technology, artificial intelligence to improve efficiencies? These tools that are being developed. Some countries are very advanced in this. I think for the first time I come to a conference or a summit where we're using AI for translation. So there's progress within the water sector. What technologies are there to help? There will be round 3 on Thursday as well, in terms of the matchmaking of projects. And then there's also going to be a consultation on the draft Africa vision and policy. This is a very, very important event, which will be led by our ministers, consultation on the Africa Water Vision. The current vision is expiring now, 2025. There's now going to be a new vision. And then there's going to be a gala dinner as well, or tomorrow. Friday is the final day of the summit, and then there's going to be the final matchmaking, as well as a plenary session on looking ahead. How do we move forward? What's next? This is a summit like any other. We are going to follow up on everything that is agreed because we have a tool, the AIP Water Investment Scorecard. So we hear more in that session, which will also lead us to another final two plenaries on the road towards UN 2026 Water Conference, as well as a closing plenary for adoption of the final declaration. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister Matlao, my good friend, as well as the distinguished guests that are here, it is now my honor to hand over to the Honorable Minister to continue with the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Earlier on, I greeted all our ministers who are responsible for water. I've greeted all the potential investors that are here. I've greeted the financiers that are here. I've greeted the water entities that are here, all invited guests. We are about to start our program. At the right time, we are going to introduce all the 38 ministers from this continent that are here, but we also have other ministers that are coming outside the continent because water knows no boundaries. Water knows no political affiliation. Water is supposed to bring us together. Water stands for peace. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to remind you in a second that in 2018, the joint UN World Bank high-level panel called for establishment of Continental Water Investment Program through Investment Summit. Following that, a former United Nations General Secretary, Ban Ki-moon, the President of the World Bank, Jim Yong Kim, and the 11 sitting presidents from Australia, Bangladesh, Hungary, Jordan, South Africa, Mauritius, Mexico, Netherlands, Peru, Senegal, Tajikistan, who accepted a call to serve on the panel. We are here today because those leaders accepted to serve in the panel that is going to ensure that this big continent of Africa rise and elevate the issue of water as priority number one. No water, no development. No water, no healthy population. We are here today in South Africa because we were requested by the African Union to host this water investment summit on its behalf. This is not South African water and investment summit, but this is the continental. Hence, I can mention so many ministers of water that are led by the chair of AMCAU. How did we arrive here? Immediately when that declaration was made, President Ramaphosa raised his hand to say, indeed, we are ready to host. In September 2024, After our elections in South Africa, you did not have this minister before the 3rd of July 2024. There was Minister Mkhunu, who has done good work in this department. I took the baton from him, and immediately having taken that baton, I attended United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, in New York in September, where I further made a commitment that our continent, Africa, is indeed going to host the first Africa Investment Water Summit. That was in September 2024. We're invited to be part of Africa Week, Water Week in Cairo, in Egypt. It is there where I further made a commitment by meeting all ministers of water who attended the Cairo Week. We hosted a breakfast dialogue to say, how do we implement the decision by our leaders? That was in October 2024. In February 2025, we attended the AU Summit in Ethiopia, in Addis, to further commit. We met with ministers of water and other financiers. In May 2025, we attended the PanAfCon 3 in Zambia. We hosted all ministers to say, let's journey together. We're given a mandate. Now we're implementing that mandate. In July 2025, we met as ministers of water and energy. Water and energy are Siamese twins. You cannot separate. Water, if you are to pump water, you depend on electricity more than often. But also for them, electricity and energy to come up with hydropower, they need us as water. So we are central to each and every department, but with electricity, it's worse. After the Zimbabwe SADC joint ministers meeting, where we further committed and were supported by all ministers that were there, that this is our program. In July 2025 in Spain, 4th International Conference on Financing Development, we further marketed this day or these 3 days. In July, there was a high-level panel session in UNGA, which was building up towards the UN Water Conference of 2026, who some of the hosts for 2026 are here. We further made our commitment. Africa said, we are ready. We have since observed the gap in terms of funding and investment on water. We agreed as ministers of water in Africa that there's a skewed funding when it comes to water. And it is our responsibility to elevate funding of water to the heads of state. It is against that background on the program, you could see that there is a declaration that is a living document to be looked at by our leaders, endorse it for our adoption on the last day. The G20 is sitting in South Africa for the first time in the soil of this continent, Africa. We had to take advantage of that to have a legacy of G20. We're not quite sure when next are we going to host the G20. So we do not want to miss this opportunity that our declaration that we are going to come up with must be taken to heads of state when the G20 leaders meet in November here in South Africa. through the AU, the Commissioner Vilakati is here. They must represent us well as these delegates, because not all of us will be able to attend the G20 leaders meeting. But our attendance in this summit is saying a lot. It is very loaded that Africa is ready. Our investors, our financials are ready. We have developed and packaged bankable projects that Alex spoke about earlier on. Ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming you in this very important summit, we have missed something, which is sanitation. We said water investment summit. There cannot be water without linking that water with sanitation. In whatever we'll be doing here, we'll be wanting to change the current situation of water to respond to the needs of this continent. In Zambia, during the PanAfCon, all of us as ministers, we have agreed that not a single president can say each and every corner of his or her own country has water. We want sustainable water. We want access to water. We want equitable water sharing. Even those who have water rights, they must be able to share with the communities that are next to them. No one must monopolize water. Water has no substitute. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you all in South Africa, in the Western Cape province, in the city ICC. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Earlier, I think you saw the Deputy Minister of Water coming, and I didn't want him to be confused to be co-programming with me, so I just thought that I should invite him, and he will get to also talk. The Deputy Minister of Water, Deputy Minister David Mahlobo.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister Majodina, the AU Commissioner, Babe Vilakati, and all the ministers that are here and heads of delegation, our premiers that are here from our provinces in the Republic of South Africa, and our executive mayors, our partners from all various organizations globally that have been with us over this long journey, our ministers and deputy ministers. I'm going to indicate that very shortly our excellencies, the heads of state and government, they've been here because we've been trying to settle some few things. We indicated, Minister, that our program will be running by at least about 25 to 30 minutes behind schedule. We will want all our delegates, especially those who are seated, we still have some spaces on my far right, which is your left, and then also on my far left, which is your far right, so that you don't have problems. We have also made an indication that there is a QR code, there is a translation. Our protocol officers will continue to support you. Minister, at this point, and Daniel, so that we don't have to waste more time, the program has been given by Comrade Alex and the team. We are going to request the IT people, in the meantime, while the minister is coordinating They're coming in very shortly at the right time of our heads of state and government. We are going to request that we play the message from our forebears that saw it fit to make a decision with those heads of state at a time to ensure that the water issue is on the main table, on the discussions that were happening, especially at the level of the United Nations. At this stage, Minister, and your co-host, Daniel, let's allow that clip from His Excellency, former Secretary General of the United Nations, to be able to be beamed on our screen. After that, the Minister will make an arrangement with Commissioner Babe Vilakazi. They will usher the heads of state and government. Then you will proceed to the high-level engagement of the heads of state and government as the program has been circulated, including available on the QR code. From there, we get down to business. Africa is open for water and sanitation business, and the reforms can't be postponed. Our people, they are yearning for peace. Our people are yearning for development. The most important catalyst that has no substitute is water. And Minister Majodina, you are absolutely correct. When it comes to water, it knows no boundaries. It flows from one country to the other. Okay. It knows no boundaries. Even if people, they don't like each other, the water must still it still flows. And we actually must allow water to flow. Water cannot be a source of conflict like in other parts of the world. Water must be part of us building the bridges. We share our rivers. There is that particular connectivity. Therefore, it's an important aspect that we thought we should be in a position to do that while we are welcoming our host, Babe Vilakazi, to assume his seat in the right place. Thank you so much, Daniel. You can have your floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mat. Welcoming, recognizing the Commissioner, Moses Vilakazi, who is responsible for water, as well as climate change from the African Union Commission, and co-convener of the summit, together with the government of South Africa. So we are now going to show the AIP summary video. It was shown earlier, but most of us were not in the room. So Teresa and the team, if you can kindly cite the Africa Investment Program summary video, and our leaders will be working in probably anytime soon, as we've been advised. Just to check, is the translation working okay? Is it working okay? Are we good? Okay. So IT, you can go ahead with the AIP video. Thank you. So that video is online on the website as well. It summarizes also the vision of the Africa Investment Program. Honorable Minister, in the last 1 year, you have taught me something. How do you call it, training? Is it training? Honorable Minister, is it the time now? I'm inviting the Honorable Minister to lead us into a special dance that I have learned from her in the last 1 year.
We are water people. Clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering. Minister, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! Thunder! Yeah, you're good, man. Yeah. Clouds are gathering, 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 clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! Thunder! Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So as we wait for our leaders, let's go for the next summit video. Summit video as we wait for our leaders anytime from now. So I've learned quite a few tricks from our host minister here. I'm sure you'll be able to meet her in person in the different sessions, the cocktail last night, the dinner later on. So hopefully we can interact. So let's go ahead with the summit video. IT, so that
In August 2025, Africa turns its eyes to Cape Town, the host of a landmark event shaping the future of water investments on the continent. From the 13th to the 15th of August, the AU-AIP Africa Water Investment Summit 2025 will be convened at the Cape Town International Convention Center. Hosted by the Republic of South Africa, the African Union Commission, the AU-AIP High-Level Panel, and Ordinapart, this summit aligns with Africa's G20 presidency, prioritizing rapid, inclusive economic growth, poverty eradication, and climate sustainability. Africa faces a $30 billion annual water investment gap. This summit is a call to action, mobilizing bold investments in climate-resilient water sanitation solutions that drive economic growth and sustainable development. The summit seeks to mobilize financial commitments, improve access to finance for water projects, strengthen governance and accountability, showcase investment-ready projects, and promote legal and regulatory reforms. Part of the summit lie three strategic pathways: governance reforms, domestic resource mobilization, and global and continental finance. From ministers to investors, from project owners to heads of states, this is where Africa's water future will be forged. Learn more at the Summit 2025 Africa Water Investment Program, the AU-AIP Africa Water Investment Summit 2025.
Thank you very much. Do we have the pyramid IT? Just again, we get to look at exactly what we are aiming at and what we aim to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you can see that behind the scenes we are juggling time. We're still waiting for our guests of honor to all line up. Most of them are here, but just a few that are still making their way. So bear with us as we manage that time. So if we could have the pyramid up and get to look at our objectives on why we are meeting for this week, this water summit, which runs for 3 days on, and we get to have discussions on the way forward, and especially closing that gap of 30 billion United States dollars every year to making sure that we have sanitation, running water, and clean water that everybody can get to drink, and of course that will mitigate for all the other probably health issues that come with having water that is not purified. Do we have? Yes, we do have the slide up now. Just looking at behind here, but I see. So yes, so please bear with us, and maybe music under the slide if we could. I think the minister also had asked that maybe before the heads of state, those who are at the back, if we could probably move and fill up the space there. I think we are okay here, we're okay there, but maybe if we could just move and get to fill the space on my far right. I'm hearing a bit of sniffling and coughing a little bit. I hope the weather here, even though it's kind of sunny outside, but I think it's still a bit nippy, so here's hoping that you are also keeping warm. IT, if we could just have a bit of some music in the background, and just to keep the guests entertained whilst we are waiting for our guests of honor to arrive. We will have the President of the Republic of South Africa who will come in, and we have His Majesty the King Mswati III of Eswatini, who also is here, and His Excellency Duma Boko, the President of Botswana, will also be here. I will get the leaders to talk and to send a clarion call message, and there will be respondents to that, and the respondents will be the multilateral development banks who will respond to the call from the president, and there will also be the African Union Development Agency responding to that. Just to giving you something to look forward to on where we're going with the program as it was given to you earlier, and as you also can see it yourself. Thank you, IT, for the music in the background.
Thank you. While we're getting seated, I'm waiting for the signal Our co-host, my brother Dan, you'll just go around very quickly. There's something that he's doing, Dan, while I'm here. Then I will indicate. Then you can move. The excellencies are here, including the mayors, where water gets delivered.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I am going to do, again, I might just introduce myself. My name is Daniel Makokera. Whilst we're waiting for the heads of state,
You
I'm going to
can
move
start
around.
with Minister Muhlom from Lesotho is here next to you.
Lesotho, I am going to go around the room, maybe start with some ministers. If I see more the very shy faces, that's where I'll go. So rather look very confident, I might walk past. But if you look shyish, that's where I am coming and ask you. What we're going to do is just to talk about what are your expectations? What are the outcomes you want to see in this, from this conference? So I'm seeing a very confident face here. That was an instruction from the Deputy Minister. Blame him, don't blame me, sir. Minister, welcome.
Thank you very much. As it has already been said, my name is Mohlomi Moleko, the Minister of Natural Resources from Lesotho, in charge of water, mining, and energy. My expectation for the conference is that as Africa, we collaborate more, because my belief is that once we collaborate, the living standards of the continent will rise. Because what has been happening in the past is that we've been separated or segmented, and that does not help. Whether you look at mining, where we take our resources and ship them to other countries, whether you look at our connectivity and our effort towards the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we just talk and nothing is happening. We still have, for instance, telephone codes that are different, +266, +267. So we need to have, for instance, one telephone code. We need to have connectivity in terms of our road networks, our railroads. We keep talking about the Cape to Cairo highway, but it does not happen. So we really have a problem. So as Africa, let us unite. Thank you.
Minister, a round of applause for the Minister. I think issues of unity are very important. For those who might not know, I'm from Gauteng, Johannesburg the Great. Some of us drink the water from Lesotho, so we are very thankful, Minister. SADC, we are in SADC. I'm going to Horn of Africa. Minister, welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
My apologies. Can we all stand? Hey, His Excellency, can we all stand?
Apologies.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Majesty the King, our President from Botswana, and our Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia. Let's give them the round of applause. They are led by Her Excellency, Minister Phemima Jordina, and our His Excellency, the AU Commissioner, Babe Vilakazi. Let's allow His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who's also the President of the G20.
Sembu besimatima ngansi yasizema silumane kwaIsrayeli. Ngokuma olaqobona khosalama likho ukandaba. Uye wadabula amazi wadabula nolwandle. Lwandle lakwakhela izankimbinkimbi, lwandle lakwakhela izikhawukhawu. Uya baba uyaqondzisa ukandaba. Inkosi lenhle ngebusa ethitheni kulanqabane. Uma yaluka wenhlabathi elwandle ehlethi njena ebuziba ebiyalo yalo. Uhlasile ngempenseli msakandaba. Nalamanye amakhosi abehlasela ngetijozi nangetiyeme. Mesa lwabutana bodwa betivo utsabukile ushona pho kandaba. Uyimbubu ingwema msakanda. Wena uphakathi bayethe.
Bayethe. Minister.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. As we start this session, can I request those who are responsible for IT to give us a national anthem of the Republic of South Africa? We are all going to stand in attention, stomach in and chest out, as we sing the national anthem. National anthem, please. It will be followed by the AU anthem. The AU anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and
Thank you very much. Please be seated. IT, there's a special message that has been recorded for the leaders, our leaders, heads of state and government, from Dr. Ban Ki-moon, which is just 1.5 minute video. Can you please fly to that video right now?
His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa and Chair of the 2025 G20 Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address you today, albeit virtually. At the outset, please allow me to express my warm congratulations on the realization of this Africa Water Investment Summit, which seeks to synergize the impact of South Africa's 2025 presidency of the G20 under the guiding theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 5 years, investment, partnership, and innovation will be essential in delivering on all of the 17 UN SDGs, from poverty eradication, food security, and climate action to energy, water, sanitation, and beyond. So I take this opportunity to stress the urgent need for enhanced, integrated, and sustainable approaches to water resource management. Particularly, targeted water-related investments can also contribute to climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. In order to reduce the water-related climate disasters, we urgently need to scale up initiatives like AIP in the vulnerable regions such as Asia and Latin America.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ban Ki-moon for that message, as the journey started in 2018 when he made a call and our presidents listened to that call, hence we are implementing it today. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, His Majesty, Dr. King Mswati III of Eswatini, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, the Deputy President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency, the President of Botswana, President Bogo Duma, His Excellency, the former President of Tanzania, President Jakaya Kikwete, who's also an alternate co-chair of AIP High Level on Water Investment. Those who are representing their presidents, I'm just getting a proper list to acknowledge you properly. There are about 10 ministers that are here as leaders of delegation representing their presidents. We have 38 ministers of water in the continent. We have 5 more other ministers responsible for water that are coming from other continents. We have our ministers from South Africa who came to support this event or this summit. We have the premiers, the mayors, and the councillors. We are oversighted by the members of the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, as well as the Select Committee on Water and Sanitation. We have investors and potential finance partners who are saying, We want to invest in water. We have financials that are set. We want to hear what are the heads of state saying to us. We are ready to implement. We have all our water entities in South Africa and water experts. The institutions of higher learning are also here. The academics are here to say, water is our business. Water knows no political affiliation. Water knows no boundaries. Water must serve as a peacemaker. Each and every corner of this continent needs water. Our people, whether they are in the rural areas, in the townships, in towns, in the cities, they need water. But the investment that is more important is focused on water. The funding gap is too huge in the continent. We want to close the gap, hence we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, can you allow me to invite the host president on behalf of the AU who raised his hand that I'm ready. I'll journey with the African Union in ensuring that we host the first ever Water Investment Summit. Let me invite on podium President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa as we give a round of applause in welcoming President Ramaphosa. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you. Program Director, Minister of Water and Sanitation in the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Phemi Majodina, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Majesty, King Mswati III, Honorable Ministers, distinguished champions, development partners, Your Excellency, President Kikwete, the former President of the Republic of Tanzania, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to welcome you all to Cape Town for the official opening of the Africa Water Investment Summit. This summit is a landmark moment, not only for Africa, but for the global movement for access to safe water for all. It is really pleasing to see so many people gathered here to come and discuss the issue of water on our continent. Gathered here are people who are in government, as ministers, as premiers, as deputy ministers, as mayors, and also as legislators, members of parliament. But gathered here are also people who are potential investors in water, and that is why this is dubbed an investment summit on water. As we walked in, I had a sense that indeed we have a lot of investors here. And I could smell money. I could feel money, and I hope you brought money here. We gather here as decision makers, as investors, as financiers, and as champions at a time when the world faces a deepening water crisis. Yet this is also at a moment of immense opportunity. Immense opportunity because if we are able to rise together, water can become not just a means of survival, but a driver of economic transformation, innovation, and peace. This summit is rooted in a journey that began nearly a decade ago. In 2016, the high-level panel of water was launched by the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who addressed us a little while ago on video, as well as the World Bank President Jim Kum-yong. At this event 9 years ago, 11 heads of state came together to rethink how the world should approach the challenge of water. Following their recommendations, the African Union established the Africa Water Investment Program and the International High-Level Panel on Water Investments for Africa. The panels set us the task to mobilize at least $30 billion a year by 2030 to close Africa's water investment gap. Now, earlier as we were meeting, President Kikwete, who has been involved in this whole process, was briefing us on how, having been involved right from the beginning, how this whole process has evolved to come to this point, and we are truly delighted to have President Kikwete with us today, continuing to be a true champion as co-chair of this whole water process. And let us give President Kikwete a round of applause. South Africa is proud to be a founding member of this panel and to answer the call to host this Africa Water Investment Summit in the context of our G20 presidency. We are gathered here at this summit with 4 clear goals. Firstly, to endorse a summit declaration that commits us to scale up investments, to improve governance, and to increase accountability in the water sector. And underline, to increase accountability. Secondly, we are also gathered here to showcase a pipeline of 80 priority investment projects from 38 countries. Thirdly, to facilitate matchmaking between governments, financiers, and various partners. And fourthly, we are also gathered here to position water at the highest level of the global political and financial agenda, from G20 and COP30 to the UN 2026 Water Conference and beyond. So you can see that our goals are clear. Our intention is also very clear. But today we are going even further. We are witnessing the launch of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, which is a G20 presidential Legacy Initiative. We are bringing, yes, we can applaud for that as well. We are bringing Africa and international partners together and calling on investors to heed the call to invest in water. Quite often when investment takes place, water is always relegated to the back. We are now bringing water, an essential process that sustains our lives, to the fore, to make sure that water is clearly put on the investment agenda. The launch of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments will see the Africa Water Investment Program being scaled up into a global water investment platform. I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for initiating the first G20 Water Dialogue when it was president of the G20 in 2020, which considered water as a key ingredient for socio-economic development, poverty alleviation, human health, and well-being. Let us give Saudi Arabia a round of applause for having done this. Now, this process was sustained by the subsequent G20 presidencies of Italy in 2021, Indonesia in 2022, India in 2023, and Brazil in 2024, having been initiated, as I said, by Saudi Arabia in 2020. And now South Africa, as the current G20 president, in partnership with the African Union and the Africa Investments Panel, recognizes it as the AU AIP Water Investment Summit. As we have often said, South Africa in its G20 presidency sees this G20 presidency as a presidency for Africa. And that is why we have positioned the AU as being part of our G20 presidency, because South Africa is an African country, and therefore we are bound to put Africa on the map of the global community. And it is for this reason that we have dubbed it an AU type of project. Now, the Global Outlook Council and the Global Water Investment Platform will serve as the world's premier high-level political and investment platform on water. It will track progress, unlock finance, report annually, and align efforts across the G20, the UN, multilateral development banks, and the private sector. We will, through this process, be able to have accountability to see whether progress is being made on investments in water. It will also mobilize the leadership, the capital, and also innovation that is required to transform water from a crisis sector into an opportunity sector. Last week, we were able to demonstrate the capacity and appetite of Africa on mega, really big projects, investments here in South Africa when I launched the second phase of a massive water project, purification plant in the province of Gauteng. This plant is part of a development that will supply an extra 600 million liters of water a day to address the growing water demand across 4 of our South African provinces. This flagship project is a demonstration of our government's commitment to infrastructure investment, economic upliftment, and also ensuring sustainable water supply for future generations. This project, now the 600 million liters a day, adds to the 4,400 liters a day. Altogether, the project will be delivering 5,000 million liters a day of water into those 4 provinces. That is a massive project. We are looking forward to the alignment of the Global Outlook Council initiative with the investment theme of the 2026 United Nations Water Conference to ensure availability and sustainability management of water and sanitation for all. I am pleased to acknowledge the invited leaders that will work with the South African G20 presidency as co-chair in the leadership of this council. And they are President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, Mr. Bill Gates, the co-chair of the Bill Gates Foundation. Now, these distinguished leaders will be assisted by alternative co-chairs as facilitators for effective broad engagement of the council members represented by my dear brother and sister, President Jakaya Kikwete, former President of Tanzania, as I said, and Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, the UN Deputy Secretary General. Now, it is a great honor to inaugurate the following invited leaders as council members: President Luis Inácio Lula da Silva of Brazil, President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom, Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany, and Prime Minister Giorgio Meloni of Italy, and President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, President João Lourenço of Angola and African Union Chair, and President Bassirou Faye of Senegal, who is co-host of the UN 2026 Water Conference. Now, this council will be supported by a group of global leaders who will serve as council champions. Now, I wish to applaud these leaders who have really stepped up to confront and overcome a challenge faced by billions of people across the world when it comes to the need of water. The Council will guide the transition from what I would call fragmented water investments to a more coherent, coordinated, and capitalized global effort through the Global Water Investment Platform. So today, we can clearly say, given all these efforts, given all the people that have stepped forward to do something about water, we can clearly say that water must no longer be an afterthought at climate and finance discussions. It must be at the center of discussions. It must be financed, it must be tracked, in terms of whether progress is being made or not, and it must be championed. And therefore, I would say we should give a rousing round of applause for all these council members who I have referred to for having stepped forward. Let us applaud them all. We applaud them because they are traversing a path that has least been traversed in the world. They are bringing our attention and our focus on water. Water, as I said, has always been relegated to the back, and yet it is what all of us as human beings need, not on a weekly basis, monthly basis, but on a daily and hourly basis. We all need water. And we are pleased that these leaders have stepped forward to pay attention to this. So I would like Your Excellencies and honored delegates and guests, I would like to say we should leave this summit having achieved a number of objectives. We should leave this summit having arrived at deals, having identified pipelines, having struck partnerships, and also having put together a permanent global mechanism to sustain the momentum that is now rising, not only here on our continent, but globally as well, on the issue of water. The matchmaking sessions that are planned for this summit should create long-lasting partnerships as well as increased investment in water. Those of you who may have come here just to be tourists in the beautiful Cape Town, I would like you to turn your eyes and your attention to focus on investing in water. It is important that we should build a world where every drop of water counts and every community thrives because of access to water. We should build a world where water is recognized as a human right and not weaponized against women, children, and communities. I raise the issue of women advisedly because in the end, particularly on our continent, it is women who bear the brunt of lack of access to water. And we need to endow the women of our continent with dignity, with respect, and make sure that they have access to good water. It is my honor and pleasure, therefore, to officially open the Africa Water Investment Summit and launch the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. And in the words of the founding president of our democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela said, "It is now in your hands. Let the work begin of making sure that we invest in water and we make water the #1 key objective of sustaining livelihoods, of powering our economic growth, and in doing so, let us leave no one behind and no country behind." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I said earlier on, that the ministers are here as the servants of the people. Whatever our presidents are saying, we have energy to run with it. We have energy to implement the decisions that will come from the president. Ladies and gentlemen, it is at that time now I must invite His Majesty, Tata Mswati, to address us as this summit. We are ready to take the instructions. May I then invite His Majesty to take the platform.
umashilana wezulu ofihla amehlo akhe emathunzini ezintaba umalunga wenhlabathi elwandle ehlehla injena ebuziba ebuyaluyalo
Bomme ba kae na?
binezimpondo sobhuza kwezinde isitaba ngumasibekela ukuda wesimpondo simile ngomana njenze sabaneshaka ohlasela ngempensela emsakandaba namakhosi akudala behlasela ngesijozi nangetiyeme uyimbubo yengoyama msakandaba hle mathole ezinyathi inkosi lenhle ebusa izitheni kulanqabane unophakathi bayethe.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and host of the summit, Your Excellency President Duma, President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency the Vice President of Somalia, Your Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Board Chair of Global Water Partnership, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our development partners and investors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we greet you all here in Cape Town, Sanbonani. It is with profound gratitude and honor to join you all here today for this August and historic G20 African Union Water Investment Summit. We wish to extend our heartfelt appreciation for the warm hospitality extended to all of us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Cape Town with its stunning natural aura and diverse landscapes. We wish to thank the Republic of South Africa for being the host of this landmark event, which unites us in pursuit of shared vision for Africa's water security. The theme for the summit, solidarity, equality, and sustainability, clearly shows that there is an urgent need for collective action to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Your Excellencies, water is a lifeblood of our continent and the world. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we recognize water as a cornerstone of our national development aspirations. It fuels our agricultural sector, which accounts for over 90% of water obstructions, drives industrial growth, safeguards public health, and strengthens our defenses against climate vulnerability. However, like many African nations, Eswatini faces significant challenges: aging infrastructure, increasing water needs, and impacts of climate change. Our major rivers, shared with the neighboring countries, remind us that water security transcends borders. It requires regional cooperation, integrated planning, and bold investment in sustainable infrastructure. This is why Eswatini wholeheartedly endorses the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, AIP. The AIP is not merely a framework. It is a transformative platform to mobilize the estimated 30 billion US dollars needed annual to close Africa's water investment gap. It aligns seamlessly with our National Development Plan, climate adaptation priorities, and the country's commitment to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6, ensuring access to clean water and sanitation for all by 2030. Moreover, it advances Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, envisioning a prosperous and united continent. In Eswatini, we are taking decisive steps to translate this vision into reality. We have constructed dams that are used for irrigation and providing clean water for our communities. Currently, we are also engaging with financial institutions to construct more dams to support agriculture projects and clean water supply. With the support of the African Union, the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa, and the Green Climate Fund, we are developing the Eswatini Water Investment Program, set for completion by the end of 2025. This program will serve as a blueprint for mobilizing resources and implementing high-impact water projects. We are pleased to highlight that we have new bankable we are pleased to highlight that we have new bankable initiatives which we have prioritized and require funding estimated at about 115 million US dollars. We have collaborated with our neighboring countries to develop water projects which are contributing immensely to our agricultural sector and other water requirements of our people. Eswatini has also been developing a number of dam water supply projects with the support of our development partners and financial institutions to improve water security. The preliminary investment required for our national potable water, sanitation, and hygiene wash master plan is estimated to be around 2 billion US dollars. These projects are designed to enhance access to clean water, improve sanitation, strengthen climate resilience, and unlock economic opportunities across multiple sectors. To achieve these ambitions, we appeal to development partners, financial institutions, private investors, and multilateral institutions to join us, as these projects require a lot of funding. We welcome innovative finances models, including public-private partnerships, blended finance, and access to climate finance mechanisms such as the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and the Adaptation Fund. These partnerships are critical to scaling up investment and ensuring long-term sustainability in attaining the set targets. As a nation, Eswatini is committed to transparency and accountability. We proudly support the Africa Water Investment Scorecard, which will enhance performance tracking and ensure that our collective efforts deliver measurable results. This summit provides a unique platform to showcase bankable, climate-resilient projects from across Africa, fosters regional cooperation on transboundary water resources, and attract global and continental finance to transform our water systems. Eswatini is a meager user of several river basins. The water security of our country depends on coordination and cooperation with our neighbors, the Republic of South Africa and Mozambique, for shared water infrastructure management and development. The relationship with our neighbors has yielded positive results in achieving our water management and projects. Our continent is endowed with shared water causes ideal to sustain us, given the centrality of its use in industrialization, energy generation, agriculture, health, and any other developmental transformation. This situation is expected to get worse due to the impacts of climate change, as Africa is warming much faster, which has tremendous implications on the rainfall patterns. We need to encourage the investment in water preservation projects for our future generations. Sometimes we experience droughts, and these projects must be enough to sustain us until we receive good rains and the dams return to their normal levels. Africa is faced with a significant shortage of funding for climate activities and has had limited access to appropriate technologies. Yet, we are still required to close the water security and sanitation investment gap as a continent. This summit, therefore, stands to contribute towards an improved investment climate and unlocking private sector participation. It also presents an opportunity to foster public-private partnerships, given the readiness of our governments to attract investments aimed at improving our people. In conclusion, we are pleased to note that the outcome document of this summit will be presented to the forthcoming G20 for consideration towards financial support. Let us reaffirm that Africa's water is Africa's future. By investing in water security, we advance the health, dignity, and prosperity of our people. Together, through unity, equality, and sustainability, we can build a resilient Africa that strives for generations to come, being the Africa we want. Long live Africa. I thank you, Siyabonga. May Almighty God bless us all.
ungumashilwane ngumbane wezulu wafihla amehlo akhe emathunzini ezintaba umaluka wenhlabathi elwandle ehleti njena ebuziba ebuyaluyalo umalokotha kule mnyama yinhlambi lo makiya ngezimnyama ezihla ngikhona phezu komhlanje wendoda inkosi lenhlembu usayitheni kulanqabane wena waphakathi bayethe.
Thank you very much, His Majesty. I think all our investors and financiers are here. They have listened to you. You are calling all of us to action. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Somalia, is represented by the Deputy Prime Minister, His Excellency Jibril Haji Abdi. Can you give us a big round of applause as we appreciate the DPM taking the lead?
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Your Excellency, President Matabela, Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, honorable ministers, ambassadors present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. It's a great honor to address this distinguished gathering at the African Water Investment Summit. I convey warm greetings from His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and express our appreciation to the Republic of South Africa, the African Union Commission, the AU Continental African Water Investment Program, the Global Water Partnership, and the AU AIP International High-Level Panel on Water Investment and African Union Development Agency for convening these critical events. This summit, convened under the South Africa's G20 presidency, comes at the defining moment, one in which water security, economic growth, poverty eradication, and climate resilience must advance together hand in hand. Africa faces $3 billion annual water investment gap. This summit is not simply about discussions. It's about mobilizing real commitments, securing climate resilient water and sanitation projects, and ensuring that water becomes a driver of sustainable development and prosperity across the continent. The objectives before us: mobilizing finance, advocating for improved access to funding, strengthening governance, showcasing bankable projects, and promoting enabling legal frameworks are exactly what Somalia seeks to achieve in our water sector transformation. Somalia faces harsh climate change challenges, frequent droughts, destructive floods, and chronic water storage that threaten its lives, livelihoods, and stability. For us, water is not only a development issue, it's a matter of survival, stability, and peace. As part of the readiness support from the Green Climate Funds, in partnership with the African Union and the Global Water Partnership, Somalia has prepared a pipeline of transformative, investment-ready water projects. These are fully aligned with the summit's mission and the priorities of the Africa's agenda in 2063. Together, these projects represent over $50 million in potential investments, with a clear of co-financing commitments from partners, including the African Development Bank, FAO, UNDP, UN Habitat, and the Swiss Development Corporations. Beyond individual projects, Somalia has embarked on developing a comprehensive water investment program with the support of Global Water Partnership, national blueprint to mobilize and coordinate investments that close our water gaps and achieve long-term resilience. The water investment program is aligned with our national water resource strategy in 2021-2025, National Transformation Plan, National Adaptation Plan, and nationally determined contributions. It will quantify our national water investment needs, present a prioritized, costed portfolio of projects water across supply, sanitation, irrigation, and climate resilience, outline a financing strategy to blend domestic resources, donor grants, climate finance, and private sector investment. establish a governance framework to ensure efficient coordination between ministries, states, and partners. By December 2025, we aim to launch the water investment program with full government endorsement and initial pledges from the development partners. Moving from fragmented projects to a unified strategic program capable of attracting large-scale and sustained investments. Somalia comes to this summit not only to highlight our challenges, but to present solutions that are ready for partnership and financing. We invite governments, development partners, and private sectors investors to join us in advancing these projects from concept to reality. By working together, we can close the water investment gap, strengthen governance, and ensure that every African, rural or urban, has access to safe water and the resilience to face our challenged climate. Let this summit in Cape Town be remembered not only for its commitment, but for the concrete action and investment it inspires. Somali stands ready to play its part and to work with all of you to deliver on our shared vision for water rescue Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia. Indeed, we are on track. We are going to ensure that all what our leaders have said here is taken into a serious high-level consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the President of Botswana, Advocate Duma Bogo. Can we give a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much. Let me begin by gratefully and warmly recognizing the host, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, who is the chair of this event and the chair of the G20. Let me recognize His Majesty, King Mswati III of Eswatini, Your Excellency, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, alternate co-chair of the AIP, former President Jakaya Kikwete, Your Excellencies, representatives of presidents, ministers present here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here with you today, to engage in these important conversations on water investment and to share the priority areas of the Republic of Botswana for the favorable consideration of the investors who are here. In Botswana, we know the sting of scarcity. As a semi-arid country, we've learned that every drop counts. We are a water-scarce country due to the semi-arid and climate conditions in most parts of the country with inadequate water sources and services. In recent years, water shortages have persisted as a result of growing demand exacerbated by the effects of climate change. Climate variability and uncertainty brings about extreme events such as droughts and unpredictable rainfall patterns, challenging the conventional way of food production by our people and potable water supply, which relies mostly on annual rainfall. Our groundwater resources have also been significantly impacted by climate change variables. The sparse population distribution of the country also creates major engineering and financial challenges in relation to water infrastructure development. The International Decade of Action calls for water for sustainable development, and efforts have to be made towards achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 6 of ensuring availability and the sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030. It is therefore the responsibility of government to ensure that every designated settlement is provided with potable water, irrespective of proximity to the nearest water source. Water is a basic right, and without water, there certainly is no life. Many settlements in Botswana are located where there is either little or no water. Therefore, there is need to reticulate, store, and distribute clean water to the settlements. These challenges I've outlined present opportunities for investment in the water and sanitation sector in Botswana. The investments are in the form of major water transfer schemes, water treatment plants, and water storage facilities, sanitation schemes, and wastewater reclamation for productive reuse. In the process of decentralizing water infrastructure, there is need to design and build numerous pump stations, water transfer and distribution pipelines, treatment plants, and storage tanks across the country. The Botswana government is focusing on initiatives that will lead to the realization of sustainable management and utilization of water resources, water supply, and sanitation service delivery. These are essential for the growth of the economy. Sustainability in the management of water resources requires extensive investment in the development of water resources, in planning, infrastructure development, and the protection of water resources. Botswana shares most of the river systems with riparian countries, Zambia, Namibia, and maintaining international water relations is an important element in ensuring water security as well as building mutual cooperation. As such, the government of Botswana continues to engage and collaborate with partners, particularly those related or involved with the shared water courses under the auspices of the Permanent Okavango River Basin Commission, OKACOM, the Orange Senku River Basin Commission, ORASECOM, the Zambezi River Basin Commission, LIMCOM. Some actions to promote water for cooperation include legal and institutional dimensions of transboundary water cooperation, data information, knowledge, and technical support for transboundary water cooperation, capacity development for transboundary water cooperation, funding and financing for transboundary water cooperation, and infrastructure development. Botswana is one of the 4 Southern Africa nations that could become highly water stressed by 2040 under a business as usual scenario. It is therefore important to move towards a risk management approach in water planning and management to ensure water availability for better economic growth. Adaptation to climate change will involve tailor-made interventions that are thoughtfully integrated into existing development processes and activities. The government of Botswana is making deliberate efforts to change the trajectory of our developments by embracing investment by the private sector and allowing the private sector to do what it knows best. Efficiency in water supply and sanitation service delivery also requires the construction of conveyance pipelines, the rehabilitation and expansion of reticulation networks, the construction of sewer networks, and service delivery throughout the whole on-site sanitation service chain. Botswana stands at the edge of a new chapter through what we recently began, the Botswana Economic Transformation Program. This is a program that aims to ensure that innovation, enterprise, and local ambition fuel our journey to a new future of prosperity. We are building a political and economic position which will open doors to those, the investors, who are ready, willing, and able to build with us. This is a call to action for thinkers, investors, entrepreneurs, and institutions with bold ideas that can spark real economic progress. The Botswana Economic Transformation Program will, in a nutshell, engage projects or ideas that unlock new engines of growth across the country, bring fresh thinking to old challenges, create jobs, and expand opportunities for the people of Botswana. We trust that it will also position Botswana competitively in the region and globally, and support inclusive and sustainable development, not just growth. Botswana critically needs investment in water and sanitation infrastructure. This summit couldn't have come at a more opportune time for Botswana. As we intensify the involvement of investors in resolving the water challenges I've enumerated, these are opportunities for African and global investors to partner with us for shared returns. Let us therefore take this occasion, take advantage of it as custodians of a shared and precious inheritance to ensure that we act collectively, we act for the best interests of the African continent and each other, and we provide our countries, our continent, with the water that it needs to thrive. So thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the privilege of your company here today, and the pleasure of your kind attention. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the President of Botswana. Indeed, we are sharing water basin, our transboundaries, especially in SADC. They need attention in terms of funding. Ladies and gentlemen, the heads of state and government, they've spoken. There are people who are supposed to respond. We cannot bring presidents all the way to be here, then we don't respond. By the time they leave here, they must at least have a clear message that will motivate them throughout. When they go to the heads of state meetings, they must say that summit has responded. My co-director, do you want to come and call those who are supposed to respond? Others can respond to me. Just say, here's a message, pass this message with this billion and billion and billion. That will take us far. Billion, just a billion, just a small billion. Then those billions will give us 30 billion that we want. Is that good?
Thank you very much, Minister. I think the ministers and the audiences got to see Minister in action. I just think it's important that we also show the excellencies, how our minister can fire up people and even be the rainmaker herself. Minister, if you could do just for the presidency.
President Bogo said Botswana is a country that is water scarce. President Ramaphosa said that we are in control of serious things like rivers, waters, dams. So clouds are gathering. With powers vested in me by myself, may I request my honorable leaders of state to stand. And all delegates. Where's the roving? Where's the roving mic? Roving mic. Because now we really want to invest in water, but there must be rain. With these presidents here, there's no way that you cannot have rain. Clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, Tata, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! Thunder! That's all, okay.
I knew that was going to get the room warmed up. She's nicknamed Baby Water here. That's her nickname. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and thank you, Minister, again, showing your passion in what you do. Now, as the Minister said, it's time to get to hear also the other side. The clarion call has been made by His Majesty, by the presidents, but now may we hear also from those who dirty their hands in the issues of money. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, says he's smelling money. So we have a person here who probably he might have been smelling. May I call the Executive Secretary of the African Union Development Agency, Her Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, to come up here you respond from this podium, yes. And then, if I may also just, because of time constraints, if we could just limit it to 5, it's okay. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. You know, after this wonderful, wonderful intervention of our minister, my wonderful sister, thank you very much for the animation. I would really like to be brief and to acknowledge His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Chair of the G20, but Chair of our also Presidential Infrastructure Initiative, Your Majesty, Your Highness, King of Eswatini, His Excellency, the Deputy President representing the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, the President of Botswana, Your Excellency, I want to recognize you, our Commissioner who is representing also His Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union, Honorable Ministers, Captains of Business and Financial Institutions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been taking meticulous notes as my leaders were speaking because this is a response to what they have requested us, to do. And our job as a development agency is really to implement the decisions, their instructions carefully. And therefore, on behalf of Auda NEPAD, I would like, first of all, to express my deep appreciation to His Excellency President Ramaphosa of South Africa. Like I said, he's chair of our Presidential Infrastructure Champion of the 12, chairperson of the 12 champions, presidential champions, and the chair of the G20. I would also like, the government of South Africa for the excellent organization of the summit, which is a testimony of South Africa's commitment to effective cooperation between African nations and the positioning of Africa, like the president said, in the G20 agenda, why not in the entire global agenda. This summit, Excellencies, is exceptionally timely. The designation of 2026 as the African Union Year of Water and Sanitation is a commendable decision and is necessary for call to action that responds to the most pressing imperatives of our time. The chosen theme invites us as the Union's development agency to redouble our efforts and sharpen our strategies now, providing robust technical support, sound policy advice, and effective facilitation to our member states and regional economic communities under the banner Excellencies, the Africa Team. The Africa Team represents a coordinated, concerted effort of the African Union Development Agency and other sister agencies together with regional economic communities so that we can deliver as one, not in a fragmented way, but as one, delivering as one. It's through such a concerted, coordinated effort that we can ensure, and we believe, that when we arrive at the year 2026, we are not just observing a theme, but actively realizing the aspirations of Agenda 2063 in the critical domains of water and sanitation. Your Excellencies, Africa is tired of decisions, strategies, and plans. Africa wants action, Africa wants implementation. And like all our leaders have said, water is a vital source, it's a source of life, it's the foundation for our economic transformation. And therefore, I have encapsulated three major takeaways from this, which we would integrate in our plans. As the Majesty said, we must treat, and all the other leaders have said, we must treat water as critical, and not only for survival, but as a foundation for our economic transformation. Is an economic infrastructure. And we need to safeguard this critical resource from climate threat and also from inefficiencies. And this has been highlighted also by the President of Botswana. And we've seen that because inefficiencies and the climate impact is costing Africa $200 billion a year. And we need to seal that. The Sahel, as you know, Lake Chad, is losing its resources by 90%. And therefore, we need to really keep an eye on this. It's very critical and very important. As we look to get more, we need to also safeguard what we have. And therefore, you're right, Your Excellency, President of Botswana, we must integrate water management into our regional value chains, linking transboundary river basins with energy corridors and agro-industrial zones. The message to our partners is clear. We need to invest in water, as water is a prerequisite for Africa's industrial future also. And therefore, I call upon all business partners and all DFIs to join hands with us. And in this respect, I would like to inform you that with the support of the World Bank, we are building a program in terms of capacity building, in terms of governance, reforms for utilities, legal and regulatory frameworks to enable African countries to access IDA financing in WASH. So we're strengthening the capacities of African countries to make sure they have access to financing of the IDA. We have started with 12 countries, 2025, 2026. We're going to increase the number of countries so that African countries would establish their programs on WASH properly and have access to resources that are there with the World Bank. This is the number one, which is really very critical and very important takeaway. The second one is we must translate our commitments into delivery through bankable water solutions. The problem is not always a lack of money, it's the gap between available liquidity and financing. And this has been said again and again. And therefore, we need to create a predictable environment for investment through enabling policies and regulations, and AUDA NEPAD through the Africa Water Investment Program and the service delivery mechanism is dedicated to helping our member states prepare projects that can attract capital and achieve financial growth. And these are aligned to PDAPAP 2 and also to our PC initiatives. For this purpose, for this summit, actually, the African Union Development Agency has worked with all the parties and stakeholders to build a pipeline of 80 water and sanitation projects across 38 countries. And these projects, we hope, would be presented in line with the President Ramaphosa's message, would be presented to all platforms where we would be able to mobilize resources. Number one, to translate these initiatives into bankable projects. Number two, to facilitate the actualization of PPP, public-private partnership, in the member states by working with member states, DFIs, and businesses to establish conducive environments in the countries so that we have the public-private partnership, both policies, strategies established, legal regulatory framework also strengthened. The third one is to present these projects at market sounding events and investment fora, including the upcoming October Luanda Financing Summit. You're all invited to the Luanda Infrastructure Financing Summit, which will take place, of course, in Angola, and then followed by the November G20, the COP conference, the UN Water Summit, etc. So these projects are going to be developed further to make sure that we would have projects that would be really concretized within the coming 3-4 years. The third is universal access, as suggested by all leaders. Universal access to water is possible, but it requires a shift to systemic change. We must move beyond a focus on individual projects to building sustainable systems. This means operationalizing performance-based grant schemes to attract private capital, expanding our digital monitoring systems, and deepening utility reforms. It requires a new way of working where accountability is paramount. And we use tools like the AIP Water Investment Scorecard to track our progress. Building on these outcomes, we would also see that, our PC platform, Your Excellency Chair, when we were talking earlier on, would also include and integrate WASH. The WASH would be integrated in the PC water portfolio. This initiative would certainly help us institutionalize top-level political engagement, driving transformative change through high-level advocacy and peer accountability. It would mobilize domestic resources and align efforts across all relevant sectors: health, education, finance, and water, to close the investment gap and achieve universal access by 2030. We stand ready with your sovereign mandate to operationalize this initiative and deliver the results our people deserve. Our job is really to make sure that whatever comes out of this, the 80 projects and more that are in the AIP, in the PWAP2, in the PC, are really translated in terms of bankable projects and de-risked for private sector to participate, and to make all these intentions to be a reality for the people. Our people are impatient and they need response. So we depend and count on all partners to make this a reality. I want to thank you very much. Yes, time is up. Yes, I want to thank you very much. Our job is nothing but translate all this in terms of action and make sure that we implement them. And we are accountable, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to the African Development Bank, and Mr. Muchera Chirwa will come up and give his response to the Excellencies. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and Chair of the G20 and our gracious host, Your Majesty King Mswati III of Eswatini, Your Excellency President Duma Boko, President of Botswana, Your Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and heads of diplomatic missions present here, Your Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and alternate co-chair of the AIP High-Level Panel on Water Investments in Africa, distinguished representative of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Commissioner for Agriculture, Blue Economy and Environment, Moses Vilakati, Honorable Pemi Majordina, Minister of Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ministers from other African countries present here, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to stand here before you this morning on behalf of the African Development Bank to present to you a statement which is really a voice representative of the support and that of other sister multilateral development banks actively supporting the water sector here in Africa. But first of all, allow me to convey apologies from the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, who would have loved to be here today, but has been unable to join us due to other conflicting engagements. Your Excellencies, our objective as multilateral development banks, subject to further discussions and refinement amongst ourselves, is to culminate into a joint statement that responds to the needs and aspirations out of this summit. We at the African Development Bank and other MDBs, in the framework of this summit, prioritize water security and recognize the centrality of water in almost all sustainable development goals for Africa's economic growth, social development, and for the creation of sustainable jobs in an ever-growing context affected by climate change. In that framework, we acknowledge and welcome the growing ambition expressed by Africa's heads of state and government, government officials, and private sector leaders in the context of this groundbreaking African Union Africa Investment Program Investment Summit. We remain committed to supporting and applauding the development and transformation of Africa's water sector through the development of bespoke financial, technical, and knowledge support tailored to the needs and objectives of African member countries and to address their unique domestic, regional, and global circumstances. We therefore reiterate our support, aiming to accelerate delivery of water security and sanitation investments for improved access to water, sanitation and hygiene, integrated water resources management, enhancing transboundary water governance and development for an efficient, impactful contribution to the development of water-related sectors such as agriculture, energy and ecosystems, strengthening water sector infrastructure operations, preparedness, building on our track record of supporting strategic water infrastructure development, climate resilient adaptation solutions, and nature-based solutions in Africa. Over the recent years, we as the MDBs have jointly been committing an average of between 10 and 12 billion US dollars of financing annually in the water sector. Our objective is obviously to scale up and increase those numbers to achieve higher results and impacts. As we aim to drive the water security to the center of the global development agenda, as expressed by Your Excellencies, and to actively contribute to addressing the continent's 30 billion water investment gap, we welcome South Africa's G20 Presidential Legacy Initiative, Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, anchored in the G20 Global Political Leadership, as a means to elevate water investments as a political and economic priority across G20, MDBs, UN water-related COPs, and related regional platforms. We will contribute through our joint and individual efforts to scale up and to align our financing flows with a view to deliver on the SDG goals, Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the post-2025 Africa Water Vision and Policy. We will also continue supporting our member countries to develop ambitious, sustainable, long-term strategies and compacts to enhance project preparedness with a view to increase financing opportunities and foster more purposeful and better informed investments. Cognizant of the global challenge in the development finance ecosystem and exacerbated by the growing water demand in Africa, we will continue to work together with climate facilities to significantly increase climate finance mobilization while increasing delivery and effectiveness. This will include exploring possibilities to scale up private sector participation, blended financing, co-financing in the water supply and sanitation sector to accelerate delivery of infrastructure investments and supporting continent-wide climate transition. We will explore ways to scale up technical assistance to support towards technology and innovation promotion in the water sector. This will include a focus on technologies that deliver SDG 6 at a lower cost, technologies that can improve access and reducing the time spent on fetching water, particularly by women, promoting irrigation technologies, as well as technologies and mechanisms for effective water reuse, better control of processes and consumption, both for residential and industrial needs. This will be done in application of circular economy principles as a potential creator of value across beneficiary industries. Your Excellencies, we pledge to continue to prioritize sustainability and impact at scale because we believe that the improvement of service delivery and operational efficiency is as important as investment in capital expenditure. In other words, we need to increase our focus on managing what we already have and sustaining the infrastructure that we have for the long-term use. We will pursue an active coordination and partnerships amongst ourselves as MDBs, as well as with specialized organizations and your governments and the African Union. And in so doing, we will work to enhance quality and depth of our engagement and dialogue with member countries and clients to seek solutions adapted to context and long-term goals. I thank you for your attention, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muchera from the African Development Bank for giving those commitments, and I'm sure ministers of water and those who are involved in water were intently listening. May I call upon the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, who is the co-chair of the AIP High-Level Panel on Water and Investment. Sir, this is Heads of State Round 1, Summary and Key Outcomes.
Your Excellency, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency Duma Boko, President of Botswana, the Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia, honorable ministers, development partners, representatives of international and regional organizations, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I thank you, President Ramaphosa, for the invitation to be part of this historic meeting, but more significantly for me, for being invited to join the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments as the alternate co-chair. I'd like to make it known to you, to Your Excellency, and to all my leaders present and distinguished participants present here today, that I've accepted to join the Council. I promise to try my best to live up to your expectations and that of those who thought of me when deciding on who to be member of the Council. My acceptance to join is guided by two factors. One, the importance I attach to the work of the Global Outlook Council. I know the circumstances behind its conception and its establishment. As such, I could not have declined. Especially, I could not say no to President Cyril Ramaphosa, a leader I have very high regard for.
it would have been an act of irresponsibility on my part. And two, I'm aware that if the Council succeeds in delivering on its objectives, Africa and the people of Africa stand to benefit immensely. I understand the enormity of the water-related challenges facing our dear continent. There are today over 400 million people who are without access to clean drinking water on the continent. And 700 million people do not have access to good sanitation. Also that the social and economic sectors do not get all the water they need to thrive. It is in this dire situation of reality on the ground in our continent which led the high-level panel on water, co-convened in 2016 by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and the then President of the World Bank, Jim Kim, to recommend in the outcome document in 2018 that Africa needed a specific water investment program. The panel comprised of 11 sitting heads of state and government from Australia, Bangladesh, Hungary, Jordan, South Africa, Mauritius, Mexico, the Netherlands, Peru, Senegal, and Tajikistan. You will see of the 11, 3 were heads of state from Africa. We were ably represented. On receiving the recommendations of the high-level panel on water investment convened by the UN and the World Bank, the governing council of the African ministers, the governing council of the African Ministers' Council on Water, AMCOW, decided to act. Working in collaboration with AUDA NEPAD, the African Development Bank, the Infrastructure Consortium for Africa, and the Global Water Partnership, of which the Southern African chapter, I am the chair of the board, a team of experts was convened to come up with the proposals of the Africa Water Investment Program. The outcome of the work of the experts was the conception of the Africa Water Investment Program, AIP, which was adopted by the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State and Government at the 34th Ordinary Session of the African Union Summit on the 7th of February in 2021. The AIP was adopted as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa Priority Action 2, PIPA, PIDA, PAP 2. So the African Water Investment Program is a program of the African Union. That's something that I would like to share with all of us here to know. I am sure many of you know. In 2022, the Assembly of African Heads of State and Government approved the African Union, the African Water Investment Scorecard. This is an instrument specifically designed to track progress and accountability on the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program. In the implementation of the African Water Investment Program, it was estimated by the experts that about between 54 billion to 64 billion would have to be invested annually to enable African countries to meet the objectives of SDG 6 on water and sanitation for all by 2030. It was revealed as well that existing investments in water and sanitation on the continent was between 11 and 19 billion dollars annually. This, therefore, created an investment gap of around $30 billion. So the task ahead of us was to mobilize the $30 billion annually until 2030 to implement the objectives of the African Water Investment Program. And by so doing, we'll be implementing the objectives of SDG 6. Ladies and gentlemen, another landmark decision made by the high-level panel was to establish a high-level panel on Africa Water Investment Program at heads of state level. The objective of the panel was to spearhead the mobilization of resources for the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program. It was agreed that the panel should comprise of leaders from Africa and the global north. It was in this regard that President, now late, Hage Geingob of Namibia, and President Macky Sall, now retired, of Senegal, and Prime Minister Mark Rutte of the Netherlands, now also retired, became co-chairs of the panel. Also, 6 heads of state and government were proposed and appointed to represent the 5 regions. The King, His Majesty King Mohammed VI of Morocco for the North Africa sector region, His Excellency Adama Barrow of Gambia for the West Africa region, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the Central Africa region, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa for the Southern African region, and that time Uhuru Kenyatta, who later retired, for the East Africa, was President of the Republic of Kenya for the Eastern African region. President Samia Suluhu Hassan of Tanzania was added to bring the female factor to the team in consideration of the fact that water problems in Africa have a female face, unfortunately. It was also decided that I be made the alternate co-chair to sit in for the co-chairs in the event they were not available, or any of the 6 sitting heads of state and government in the high-level panel was also not present. It was the easiest job to do. You only wait until President Ramaphosa is not there, and he's always there, so. And again today, President Ramaphosa has appointed me alternate co-chair. I know he will always be there, so no problem. Your Excellencies, the high-level panel has been busy on behalf of the countries and peoples of our dear continent. On the 22nd of March, 2023, the high-level panel on water investments released its first report titled Africa's Rising Tide. This was during the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York. The report was outlining the pathways for countries to mobilize the $30 billion needed to close the existing water investment gap in Africa. It has factored the roles of governments, the roles of development partners, and the roles of the private sector in the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program. It is a very elaborate document. And Again, on the sidelines of the 78th UN General Assembly, in September 2023, the African Union Commission, in collaboration with the High-Level Panel on the Africa Water Investment Program, launched a campaign codenamed Mind the Gap, Invest in Water. It was meant to raise awareness and mobilize resources for implementation of the Africa Water Investment. In November 2023, the African Union Commission and the High-Level Panel launched the Africa Water Investments Action Plan. All these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, were part of the advocacy campaign to popularize the Africa Water Investment Program and mobilize support for its implementation. Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, this summit today is another important milestone in the African Union and the Africa Water Investment, High-Level Panel on Water Investment in Africa, in efforts to address the water problems facing our countries and our peoples. We thank you, President Ramaphosa, and your esteemed government for collaborating with the African Union Commission and the Africa Water Investment Program High-Level Panel, of which you are a member. We are excited that this meeting is being held at a time when South Africa is assuming the presidency of the G20. And you are going to be the president of the G20 for the next year. We in Africa are excited, and we are full of expectations that good things will come out of South Africa's presidency of the G20. You have our support and the support of everyone on the continent. We are praying for your success. We are proud of you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the Excellencies are settling, we are going into part of the program where we recognize commitment and potential. And I would want to request His Majesty the King to maybe come to the podium, and also President Boko to come to the podium. They will be handing over some of the awardees, yes, the awardees that will be receiving this. But before that, we'll get to see a video that talks about the background of the awards that we are about to present. If we can have the video, please. Thank you.
It is my sincere hope that the Water Changemaker Awards will bring the best of these innovations to light and link them with the due finance sources to enable them to scale up.
This initiative of K-Water, in which we are very proud to be associated, will bring new ideas that can be scaled up in the countries around the world to really address the financing gap, which can be met through, of course, new innovative models for delivering water services in the countries we work.
So there is a technical committee that sits and adjudicate on these things, and we have the chair here, who is Jay, after 30 years of a career in the World Bank. Jay is the chair of the GWP Technical Committee and chair of the jury of water awards, Changemaker Awards, and also there's a partnership with K-Water, which is from South Korea. So Jay is going to be assisted also with Alex, who is, as you know, the CEO of GWP, and AIP Secretariat. I will call out the awards, and His Majesty and the President of the Republic of Botswana the President of the Republic of Botswana will hand over the award. His Majesty will shake hands with those who have won. Now, drum roll if we have won. These are Presidential Global Water Changemakers Awards 2025. And the first recipient for this is His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and the G20 chair. The President looks very surprised. Yes, sir. So I haven't finished, Mr. President. Before you give, let's just read why we are giving the President: for launching the G20 Presidential Legacy Initiative, Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, and hosting the AIP Africa Water Investment Summit. That's the reason, sir. Congratulations, South Africa. And Mr. President, I hope you know that it doesn't end here, because this is recognizing commitment and potential for change makers. So commitment to others. Again, a round of applause. Second. The second award goes to His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, who is the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The representatives, I believe, are here. And again, he's getting this for launching the Global Water Organization as a transformative initiative to drive global cooperation on water, security, sustainable development, peace, and innovation. A round of applause for Saudi Arabia. Sorry? The Deputy Minister is receiving the award. He's coming up. Congratulations, Saudi Arabia. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now, we go further whilst Excellencies congratulating each other. The third one goes to His Majesty King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho, and this is for championing the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. South Africans will know something about that. As a model of transboundary cooperation for peace, resilience, and sustainable development, the Minister of Water is receiving on behalf of His Majesty King Letsie III. And the fourth and final award, oh no, not final, the fourth award goes to His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. This is for co-hosting the upcoming UN 2026 Water Conference with the UAE and sustaining high-level global water diplomacy that prioritizes investment and solidarity. Congratulations to His Excellency Faye of Senegal and to the Republic of Senegal. the Minister of Water from Senegal, and the chair of AMCAO is coming to receive on behalf of the President. Round of applause. Alex. Okay. A round of applause again as he... Last but not least, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. So this is for the UAE. And they are receiving it for co-hosting the UN 2026 Water Conference with the Republic of Senegal, sustaining high-level global water diplomacy that prioritizes investment and solidarity, elevating water in the global climate agenda through COP28, and promoting inclusive, blended finance models. A round of applause for UAE. That's the UAE. Where is it? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tanzania. Yes. And lastly, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, is receiving the award. And this is for developing the Tanzania Water Investment Program, advancing national and continental leadership in the water and climate space through strategic reforms, financing partnerships, and inclusive governance. A round of applause for the United Republic of Tanzania and to Her Excellency Suluhu Hassan. I think the minister is running. He is running towards her. And that's it, right? Yeah, I think you should. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the recipients and the countries and their excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe just all right, whilst we're settling, may I invite again Alex to come and maybe just to give us a background a little bit on the awards and what they mean and why they think it's important to recognize those who have made the initiatives. Alex.
Your Excellencies, our host president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Chair of the G20, His Majesty, King Mswati, the President of Botswana, Advocate Boko, former President Jakaya Kikwete, also our leader at the Secretariat of the Africa Water Investment Program, as well as alternate co-chair of the International High-Level Panel on Water. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership Organization, to which I assumed leadership, global leadership, just about 6 months ago in Stockholm, Sweden, we are very grateful for convening this summit and also launching the first ever Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. Mr. President, what you have done to the global water sector will be remembered in history. It's a significant milestone for the sector that has for so long been put on the sidelines. And yet, as the Honorable Minister Majorina often says, there cannot be dignity without water. We thank you, Your Excellencies, for your leadership. We hope that the partners that are here, having seen your demonstrated concrete leadership, launching the significant big project for Rand Water just last week, one of the biggest, if not the biggest on the continent, and the leadership you have continued to demonstrate here, and seizing the G20 chairmanship to place water investments at the highest global leadership. That is significant. We thank you, we are truly honored, and the global community that are here, the investors, when they ask about leadership, it's here. Now, it's about the money, as you said, to flow. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership and all the partners that have been involved, we are honored for the responsibility that you have given us. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much for all the leaders and the winners of the change makers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we move towards the last session of this or afternoon, it is important that Excellencies, Presidents, I acknowledge that some of your colleagues that are not here, they are well represented. Honorable Dr. William is a senior minister representing the President of Barbados. We also have Honorable Minister Balala representing the President of UAE. We also have Honorable Al-Fadli representing the President of Saudi Arabia. We do have Minister of Energy and Water, Honorable Batista Geza, who is representing the President of Angola. We also have Dr. Anxious Masuku of Zimbabwe representing the President of Zimbabwe. We also have the Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Issues, Minister Mohamed Baysat, representing the President of the Western Sahara, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. We also have the representative of President of Mozambique, who's represented by the Minister of Public Works, Housing and Water Resource. It is important that I mention these so that the media must not think that it was this only president that adhered to the call, but they are representatives of all these presidents that I've just mentioned here. As I said earlier, Honorable President, that we do have the ministers of water, Algeria, Benin, Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Malawi, Morocco, Mauritania, Mozambique, Rwanda, Somalia, Togo, Tunisia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, as well as Saudi Arabia. So these are the ministers that are physically here. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. The head of state have spoken. There was a response. Awards were received here. This is the Water Investment Summit. What is the framework of this declaration that will take us forward? May I invite the Commissioner, Utata Moses Vilakazi, on behalf of the AU to present a framework on the declaration. Honorable His Excellency.
Director of Ceremonies, thank you very much. I thought you wanted me to sing because we are fond of being creative, which is very good, Your Excellencies. His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Eswatini, King Mswati III, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency Duma Boko, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, former President of Tanzania and alternate co-chair for the high-level panel on water investment programs, Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable leaders of international organizations and members of parliament present, distinguished financiers, as well as investors, all protocols observed. I was informed to summarize what the heads of states challenged the financiers on what to do. Your Excellencies, unfortunately, some of the financiers said they want to hide until tomorrow the pledges in billions to make sure that we can accomplish the 30 billion that is required. But it suffices to say that during the matchmaking, they have said they want to commit something. And that will be included in the declarations which will be read out on Friday, because some are saying they want to work out the sums. But we are very, very grateful, particularly for ADB, which has said now they are going to scale it up to how much we are still awaiting that response. Now, it is therefore an honor, Your Excellencies, due to time, to read the preliminary Cape Town Declaration on Africa Water Investment in the context of G20. The preamble reads, "We, the African heads of state and government, in the presence of other global leaders, gathered in Cape Town from 13 to the 15th August 2025 for the inaugural Africa Water Investment Summit, convened under the auspices of the African Union, the High-Level Panel on Water Investment for Africa, and the Republic of South Africa's G20 presidents. Also in attendance were the ministers and deputy ministers, financial institutions, investors, development partners, civil society, technical experts, philanthropic institutions, intergovernmental organizations, regional economic communities, United Nations agencies, private sector, youth, women, and academia, recalling the commitment of the African Union heads of states and government in July 2008 in terms of the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration on Water and Sanitation, which is Assembled AU Declaration 112, which seeks to accelerate the achievement of water and sanitation goals in Africa. Also recalling the Africa Water Vision 2025, which envisions an Africa where there is equitable as well as sustainable use and management of water resources for poverty alleviation, socio-economic development, regional cooperation, and environment. Acknowledging that inadequate investments in water have affected the gains which have been made across all the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and the critical role that water plays in climate change adaptation and mitigation and the goals of Agenda 2063. Recognizing that the Continental Water Investment Program, AIP, is the brainchild of the United Nations World Bank High-Level Panel on Water, HLPW. The HLW was established by the United Nations General Secretary Ban Ban Ki-moon, and the President of the World Bank, Jim Yong Kim, comprised of 11 sitting presidents as well as prime ministers. Recognizing the need to build climate resilience through water investments in Africa in response to the projected severe and more frequent impacts of climate change, as expounded in the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan of 2022 to 2032, recalling the approval of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, AIP, as part of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa Priority Action Plan 2, which is PIDA PAP 2, by the African heads of state and government during the 34th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly, which took place in February 2021. Recalling the launch of the high-level panel on water investments for Africa at the 9th World Water Forum in Dakar on the 25th March 2022, comprising of the founding co-chairs being the Republic of Senegal, the Republic of Namibia, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the fourth President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Noting that during the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York, the African Union and International High-Level Panel released the High-Level Panel report with pathways for countries to mobilize at least US 30 billion annually by 2030 to close the water investment gap in Africa as part of the UN Water Action Agenda. Noting that in December 2023, during the COP28 in Dubai, UAE, the African Union Commission and the AIP International High-Level Panel launched the Africa Water Investment Action and Plan, outlining how countries can mobilize additional US 30 billion per year, which is required to ensure water security and sustainable sanitation on the continent. Appreciating the AU resolution Resolution Revised 142, which approves the proposal to adopt assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063 as the African Union theme of the year 2026. Recognizing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for initiating the first G20 water dialogue under the KSA G20 presidents in 2020 that considered water as key for socio-economic development, supported by G20 member states. Recognizing that the summit is taking place at the historic time, marking the first ever G20 presidents hosted on the African soil, and the progressive admission of the African Union into the G20 membership. Therefore, reaffirming that water and sanitation are not only foundational to peace, for economic growth and development, for human dignity and public health, but are also essential to climate resilience, for food security, economic transformation, and achievement of progress in implementing the SDGs. Appreciating the opportunity presented through the G20 presidents of South Africa to elevate Africa's water investments, minding the gap in water investments, and leveraging on the African Union's membership through the G20, and the opportunity to highlight the outcomes of the summit as addressed in the declaration. We hereby therefore commit to, 1, to create an enabling environment for enhancing investment for water and sanitation, aligned with national development plans, SDG 6, and the climate resilience priorities. 2, to scale up domestic, public, and private finance for water investments, including through national budgets and innovative financing mechanisms. 3, we commit to request the African Union Commission to continue providing leadership in the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program, including supporting member states as well as regional economic communities to develop national and regional climate resilient water investments programs. 4th, further request the African Union Commission to support member states and regional economic communities in developing project pipelines to mobilize resources, including climate finance. 5th, we call for the reform of the multilateral financial institutions, taking into consideration the urgent need for accelerated investment in water and sanitation sector to prioritize water and sanitation given to the Africa to bridge the water investment gap. 6th, deploy de-risking tools where they add value, particularly in underserved rural and peri-urban areas, as well as fragile and conflicted affected states, and for nature-based solutions. 7, raise the profile of water to drive sustainable economic growth and improve people's health, people's nutrition and prosperity across the continent, recognizing that water investment can reduce the impacts of climate change and build resilience. 8, call on governments and their development partners to work together to establish the conditions which are needed to attract as well as secure significant investments, including public and private finance, in increasing water security and access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. 9, mobilize concessional and catalytic investments to enable investments where private capital alone cannot flow. 10, prioritize public benefit and local ownership, particularly in areas where water services remain a critical human right and development enabler. 11, call upon the international and regional financial institutions in Africa to prioritize financing of water and sanitation investment pipelines, including innovative financing mechanisms. We also commend South Africa G20 presidents for the inauguration of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments as a legacy initiative advocating for water investments at the highest levels of global diplomacy. We also request the inclusion of this declaration as part of the outcomes of South Africa's G20 presidents. We call on G20 leaders to support the endorsement of water as a core investment priority in the reimagining of multilateral finance. We also call upon the co-hosts, the UAE and Senegal, of the 2026 UN Water Conference to anchor the declaration into the preparatory process. We also resolve to convene an Africa Water Investment Summits every 4 years on a regional rotational basis under the coordination role of the African Union Commission. We also request the Republic of South Africa in their capacity as the G20 presidents to present this declaration to the 39th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government in February 2026 for endorsement. This adopted on the 13th day August 2025 in Cape Town, South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that draft. The draft has been shared with the offices of all heads of state. Ladies and gentlemen, you are such a calm crowd, good dignitaries, listened very well, and now we're going to get into the real business. But allow me, on your behalf, to thank all our heads of state as we give them leave from this plenary. Can we give a round of applause and give that ovation, standing ovation to allow the president? Well, what more correction?
No, yeah, allow the president to leave with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, whilst you are leaving, there is a correction that I just needed to make on one of the awards. If you could allow me, it is the UAE award. The recipient is His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, for co-hosting the UN 2026 Water Conference with the Republic of Senegal, sustaining high-level global water diplomacy that prioritizes investment and solidarity, elevating water in the global climate agenda through COP28 and promoting inclusive blended finance models. Now, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, I'll just hold on there. He is represented by His Excellency Sheikh Shakbut bin Nahyan Al Nahyan. He is the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. I just want to say that for showing their commitment, I think we should show them a round of applause. They flew overnight. They flew overnight to come and stand with us here and support this conference. So, Minister, we honor you and we thank you for your commitment. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, we are running behind schedule. What will happen is that at the back there, at door number, at that door, I will ask the ministers and those who are representing the heads of state and the premiers. They will join our Deputy Minister Sitlulu. They are taken somewhere. All the delegates, I also have the protocol team who are going to the exhibition center where we are going to have lunch. Lunch is going to start now exactly at 2:30. We'll be seated with all the financiers, do plenary number 2, where we're actually making the firm commitments about those particular issues. Ministers, deputy ministers, and heads of delegation, and our premiers. There is Deputy Minister Sitlulu there. Just please raise your hand at the back, and the ushers take all our delegates to the exhibition center, where we'll find lunch. Exactly at 2:30, all the panelists must be seated. Once again, thank you very much. Our session is adjourned. Thank you.
Those who are representing, they are not coming. They are going for food around the same floor. Oh, okay. For the photos, they are. Oh, all right. The major one is over, Minister. Thank you so much. You know, sometimes they will always be cheating around. No, they will always be, but you know how to stay in the ship. You've been at it, and you're an old head on this. I was here to be deputizing yourself. No, thank you. We'll go up with you then. Okay, then. Check. Hello, hello, yeah. If you can hear us, oh, someone left. Yeah, if you can hear us, the youth session is at room 2.60 at C1. The room is next to the accreditation room, and that's happening what time? 2:30. That's when it is happening. Please attend the youth event. Thank you very much. Also, if you have misplaced your phone, please come to me. You'll have to tell us something about your phone before I hand it over to you. So please, just go to the sound section, sound desk, if you have misplaced your phone. I'll stay holding it until after lunch. I'll announce again when we are all assembled. Thank you.
It's looking good. It's not making that sound anymore. Yeah, yeah. can unmute. Oh, good. Yeah. I typed it again though, yeah, so.
discuss the issues of reforms. Because reforms must happen on both sides. The reforms must happen on how governments they are actually dealing with the business of infrastructure, so that they are opening up, they remove all these barriers that are there, but also the financiers, and they need to look at reforms because the risk adversity, so issues, they have actually lessened the issues of appetite. But the first thing is just to allow you to come in and don't spend time in repeating all of them. It's actually wasting time. And then from there, after we'll firstly ask Comrade Lamuna to make his remarks. I'll tell him about us as a CSI release. Then from there, I'll call each one of you. Take your seat or you use your mic.
Yeah, isn't it more of a sitting thing? But some people want the photo op.
I want the first 4 to 5 minutes. I want you to go on your feet.
Oh, really? As in, just like here, or you want us at the podium?
You either go there or you stand there. Whatever you are comfortable with. But immediately I'll do some little bit of follow-ups.
Whilst we're at the podium?
No. I'll do follow-ups when you're seated down.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. They've given some few issues, but we've been discussing financing everywhere.
Any principles in terms of being DC? Because some of us believe that it's not about mobilizing private capital, it's about mobilizing political capital.
No, it is. Remember, there's international financing. There's a lot of resources that are in the public sector that sometimes are not actually efficiently made available and how they've been managed. But more importantly, there's been a good uptake, especially the appetite to invest and opening up the space. We're looking at both. When they go for matchmaking leadership, in the matchmaking, the states and the ministers must be able to say what have they committed. And then yourself is not about only the 80 new projects, but already there is some work they are doing. And throwing those lessons on the work that you are already doing, we can be able to say, but we can build on that particular momentum so that we can push it. Yes. Because if we don't do that, we are going to have a situation to say there was not even a single cent that was there. Already, there are many resources that are being there. Some of them are in the pipeline, they are under adjudication, they are looking at some of those things. What's your view?
And what would you like to see, sir? Because I know that you know this portfolio well. Clearly. Yes. No. I really want to understand. Because I know you're a driver.
When the other thing that don't, in as much as we need to hardcore around financing funding, but there are also important elements of not leaving societies behind. The issues of building resilient communities, building on the issues of indigenous systems and knowledges, the issues around advances around engineering, science, technologies that are there, it's an important component. Right. And remember, when you are funding, it's very stupid that you think you can only get funding for what? The interlinkages. You might trigger funding through the issue of private issues around resiliency. You might be able to trigger funding for water on the basis that you want to build some of the networks. Demonstrate the network. I'm not going to what, but when we do follow the follow-ups, just as you all listen, let's do that. The first session is 4 to 5, and then each question takes 2 to
'Hayi man, angizange angizange
Hello. Can I have sound, please? I'm requesting for sound. Thank you. We are going to request all our delegates to take their places. Please take your posts. And those who are dealing with issues of protocol, in the meantime, if you can allow the delegates to assume their places. The time now is exactly 2:30. And I'm going to request that I'm starting at 14:35, Comrade Minister. Please take your seats. And if you miss this session, you will be out of sync when you actually go to the next session of matchmaking. I'm requesting our local organizing team, please ensure that we are seated. Comrade Force, Ntate Mrolong, Force, ngiyakukopa hle. On stage.
Starting from the other side.
Let's
I'm
say
starting.
online. Let's say online.
So, number 1, online. Number 2, online. Starting from the.
You tell Mr. Joseph it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, they know that. They know. They all know. They are. He is in. This is from the ends. Then we have Diego. This is the order of the stage. Then we have the ESA.
The Standard Bank.
Then we have Agnes. No, she's Agnes Mikosi. And then, yeah, no, Agnes, it's not here in this thing.
This one is not
No,
here.
yeah, he's additional. Agnes is additional. Agnes.
No,
Agnes Mikosi, Executive Vice President for Infrastructure. For Infrastructure, Standard Bank. One second. So
No, the heads of state are not coming back. No. No, it's fine. Let me move with the program. I said you'll be moving with the other day. I'm starting now. Yeah. Your Excellencies, thank you very much. Time now is exactly 25 to 2. My name, I'm David Mahlobo. I've been asked to do the moderation of this plenary. I'm the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation. Our plenary will look at investors are going to speak and respond to a question. What will it take to finance water and sanitation projects? We'll look at the issues of what are the enablers of finance for different types of projects, including infrastructure, data efficiency gains, and institutional capacity. Our intention, we know now, that our excellencies, our heads of state and government and our partners, including our ministers that are responsible for natural resources, water, irrigation, and sanitation, we are wanting to ask the question, as an investor, whether it is public or private investors or financial institutions, what are you looking at for you to invest in projects? We have to look to say, as a continent and as a globe, how Africa should rethink the question of credit ratings in the main to unlock domestic financing. We also have to use this opportunity to share which are the projects that have been successful. Our governments have been working very hard since the Millennium Development Goals until the SDGs. Progress has been made, advances has been made in the delivery of water and sanitation. However, we are the first to admit that billions of people still don't have access to water and the economic benefits. We are the first to admit that in as much as decent sanitation has been provided, still more than 3.6 billion people don't have access to decent sanitation. We know that governments, in terms of their own fiscus, including municipalities, in terms of traditional financing, they've been able to do a lot, but there are serious challenges. We also know that in terms of implementation models, whether the form of utilities, special purpose vehicles, whether concessional matters or measures that you put in place, they need to be scaled up. We'll have also to deal with the question of reforms. Our delivery mechanism as governments, we have to reform our delivery mechanism and our implementation model. Equally, the financiers and the financial institution, they too, they must be transformed to respond to our current challenges in a manner that the reforms, they make them to be responsive. We should not only look at hardcore infrastructure issues. There are other issues that are very important. Matters of enable conditions like governance, issues around institutional capabilities of our institution, from planning, development, execution, and monitoring. but also the issues of information management systems and the entire philosophy and doctrine of asset management so that we can be able to capitalize on our assets, be in a position that the asset can give us a return both on an asset and investment. We are also looking at that many local governments and utilities are seeking funds not to build anything new, but to improve the operational and technical efficiency of the current assets. A number of the current assets, they are not in good condition in a number of our countries. The reliability factor in many countries continues to drop on the basis of the function of the management of an asset or an infrastructure. Then there's the issue of the deteriorating quality of water resources that will impact on water security. But they are also looking at how to expand services, especially to those who don't have access to the service. Looking at issues of water use, but also the issues of correlation around energy, around water, and around food security. There's a high connection. That's why in other countries you have ministries of irrigation. But more importantly, the cross-cutting matter of the question of climate change and our resilience and climate adaptation. We also have to look at how financing is being made available to flow at all levels, especially sub-national level, and what financial institution investors, they need to address the gap. We know now, globally the gap is estimated around at $7 trillion US for us to be able to reach the 2.2 plus citizens who don't have access to clean water. We know now that the gap, that is also including sanitation, of more than 3.6 billion. In our own continent, our leaders have estimated the figure about a few years ago to be at $30 billion US per annum. Mostly, what are the recommendations? In other words, let's walk the talk. It must never be talk about the talk. We don't want revolutionary sounding phrases. You know, a revolutionary sounding phrase is not equivalent to a revolutionary sounding policy. Any revolutionary sounding policy is not going to be equated to a revolutionary advance. This time around, we want to hear how can we do a revolutionary advance that can change the course of humanity. Water remains an instrument for peace. Water remains an instrument for justice. And water remains an instrument for sustainability. And our engagement, indeed, must be able to say, let's have an equilibrium. We don't want investors that have made commitments in many platforms. Many commitments around climate change and SDGs have been made, but they have not been fulfilled. Don't make a promise. Just commit and do it, and we'll follow through. As I've been guided, I have a rich panel. My panel as a Minister of International and Relations in the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Leonard Lamula, is going to make an input just broadly, as now the heads of states have agreed that issues of water and sanitation coming from this engagement, they will be on the agenda of the G20. We are not going to be on the main, we'll be on the main table. And Minister Lamula will speak on that, and we'll give him a leave of absence because our heads of state and government in SADC, they are having their own engagement in Mauritius, or is it Madagascar or Mauritius? But whatever one of those countries, there is a summit there. I will allow Honorable Minister of International Relations in about 5 to 6 minutes to make his remarks and greet the delegates about the other work they do as our leaders in preparation for Africa to host the G20. If you can allow His Excellency, our Minister of DECO, to have the floor. Comrade DP, we have the floor.
This opportunity, and to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Phemi Majodina, and all excellencies, distinguished delegates, investors, and colleagues who are attending the conference physically and virtually. It is a true privilege to address this gathering. Unfortunately, I could not join you in person due to the SADC summit in Madagascar, where I am speaking from. And thank you, dear Mashobo, for extending my apology. We are here at a pivotal moment, a moment where the greatest threat to our world is water insecurity, present us with our greatest opportunity too. As the global community grapples with crisis where 90% of climate disasters are linked to water, where growing population push our resources to the brink, and where scarcity remains a stark reality for millions, we have a choice. And this conference presents us with alternatives to make choices, policies that can intervene. We can view this as an insurmountable problem, or we can recognize it for what it is, a profound opportunity for transformative change, fueled by strategic collaboration, bold innovation, and most critical, smart and impactful investments. As I engaging you as a representative of government, but also as a firm believer in our collective capacity to solve crises. My role in international relations and cooperation has given me a unique opportunity to see how deeply interconnected our fates are. Water is not just a domestic issue. It is a central pillar of global stability and prosperity. And it has been exemplified over the past with many countries across the globe, collaborating on sharing of water resources for its use, but also for hydro and other related transnational cross-border benefits with the water resources. South Africa also has not been an exception. Lesotho and South Africa have collaborated for years to share water resources. We've also collaborated with Mozambique on hydropower through the Cahora Bassa Dam. It is clear that when countries collaborate, massive infrastructure that have a regional impact can be unlocked. This conference will also enable the African continent to build on massive water infrastructure that have got a regional impact, which could be impactful across the African continent. Through our work in international platforms like SADC, AU, and the G20, BRICS, we are not just talking about reform, we're actively championing new global financial architecture that empowers developing nations to attract the capital they desperately need. We're building the bridges between urgent need and available capital. And I invite you to join us in this crucial endeavor. We're advocating for development finance to flow to the continent to be increased, that we should not just receive the small percentage of global development finance, but as a continent that is least developed, the flow of capital should be more and proportionate to our developmental needs. We're also advocating for climate finance to be increased from the 3% currently flowing into the continent, while we are the most disproportionately affected by climate change. The continent should also receive climate financing that is proportionate to its climate needs. And these are some of the issues that South Africa is advocating in the platform of the G20. This on behalf of the Global South, but also on shining the spotlight for the African continent. Our journey forward requires fundamental shift in perspective. While water is undoubtedly a social and a public good, we must also recognize its potential as a bankable asset class. Water projects, when structured with foresight and expertise, are not just acts of charity. They are sound investments with tangible returns. To bridge the gap between need and capital, we must focus on 4 key enablers of finance, each a critical pillar of our strategy. First, we must prioritize infrastructure and bankable projects. We understand that investors, whether from development finance institutions or private equity firms, seek confidence and clarity. They need to see a credible pipeline of projects that are not just environmentally and socially responsible, but also commercially viable. This means we must commit to meticulous feasibility studies and robust project preparations. We must make our project investment ready, ensuring they are structured for success from the ground up. By embracing public-private partnerships, we can leverage public resources with private sector expertise and capital, effectively de-risking and scaling up projects that might otherwise never get off the ground. Secondly, we must embrace the profound value of data. Without reliable, transparent data, the perceived risk of investment will always be higher than the reality. That is why investing in robust monitoring, measurements, and reporting system is not an afterthought. It is a fundamental prerequisite. Data on water availability, consumption, and operational performance is the bedrock upon which accurate risk assessments are built. It allows us to transform a seemingly uncertain gamble into a calculated, confident investment. This brings us to the third enabler, efficiency gains. For any financier, the efficiency with which water infrastructure is operated and revenue is recovered, it's a key metric. It is a powerful signal of a project's long-term sustainability. Projects that can demonstrate a strong track record of reducing non-revenue water, minimizing operational costs, and ensuring consistent tariff collections are inherently more attractive. I can state with absolute certainty that improving operational efficiency is the fundamental platform upon which low-cost infrastructure financing is built. Finally, none of this is possible without the institutional capacity. We need strong, capable institutions with the technical expertise, not only to develop and operate these projects, but also to navigate the intricate world of finance. This requires building capacity within our governments to structure sophisticated mechanisms like blended finance. It means creating a stable, predictable policy and regulatory environment, a clear signal to investors that were committed for a long haul. This predictability minimizes uncertainty and builds the trust required to unlock significant private capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the path forward is clear. It requires us to work together to create an enabling environment for sustainable investment. It requires a collaborative dialogue that builds trust and fosters a shared sense of responsibility. Let us use this gathering not just to speak, but to forge the partnerships and commitment that will turn our water challenges into a source of prosperity and stability for all. I also hope that this gathering, as per the program director, DM Mashobo has said, will also help us to bring a cogent argument for the Global South and for the infrastructure of water for the African continent, and also to increase the global financing for climate change in the African continent that will ensure sustainable use of our natural water resources. We look forward to hear from you and to take this to the global stage for the G20 platform. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Minister. We have a package for you. Comrade Minister Pemi Majodina and the AU Commissioner for Water, Babe Vilagati, we are bringing our declaration so that in the broader matters on the main table of the G20, there will be a segment on the final declaration on our matter. Thank you so much, Minister. Let's give him a round of applause. I have another panelist who will allow the minister, because of the meeting that they are preparing for heads of state and government, for about 4 to 5 minutes. We have Mr. Joseph Insful, the Senior Climate Information an early warning system specialist. He comes from the Green Climate Fund. In the main, we want Joseph to address to say, what are they looking at when they are financing water and sanitation projects? What projects have been successful? And what are the key drivers of those success? And beyond infrastructure, what are the other matters we're looking at? More importantly, they talk about green bonds. They say there are green bonds and blue bonds. We want to see them on the ground so that while we're attending to the issues of the climate, the biodiversity, but some work is being done. Mr. Joseph Insfulu, you have about 4 to 5 minutes. We are online. You are welcome to this African Union Commission Africa Investment Program. We have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from the Green Climate Fund. GCF is the largest climate fund and operating entity of the UNFCCC that fosters a paradigm shift to low emission climate resilient development pathways in developing countries. We have approved to date 314 projects for which we prioritize Africa LDCs and SIDS. We also have a vision that was clearly articulated by the Executive Director, Mafada Duarte, at the COP28. The vision of 50 by 30, that is a strategy aiming to manage $50 billion by the year 2030. We also have a regionalization strategy that will bring us closer to our constituents, and Africa is one of the major focus of our specific intervention.
I don't know the question.
With respect to what we look for in terms of investment criteria, GCF is an investment, is a climate fund. So the climate rationale is an important component of what we look at. There are 6 key investment criteria parameters that we look for: the climate impact potential, which requires that the project must demonstrate significant potential to mitigate or adapt to climate change impacts. We also have the paradigm shift potential, that the project should promote innovative approaches and scalable solutions that can be replicated in other regions. We also look at the sustainable development potential, that is to say that the project should demonstrate in terms of sustainable development goals, including co-benefits of economic, social, and environmental co-benefits. The needs of recipient is also an important aspect that needs to be addressed in terms of the specific needs and vulnerability of the recipient country or the region. Country ownership is also very important. It has to align with the national priorities and involve local stakeholders in planning and implementation. We will also look at efficiency and effectiveness in terms of the demonstration of the cost effectiveness and efficient use of GCF resources. And then we have environmental and social safeguards that must be met. And the project must demonstrate that it adheres to environmental and social safeguards to minimize negative impact. And of course, importantly, gender sensitivity that needs to be incorporated as part of the project design. But then also we'll look at the legal instrument that will enable the implementation of the project on the ground. We'll give you 2 specific examples from Africa. I will look at the climate change resilience program through South Africa Water Reuse Program, about $1.5 billion of investment that address water security in South Africa by developing and implementing water reuse infrastructure. It also enhances water security and ensure long-term sustainability while mobilizing private sector investment through a blended finance architecture. And so we envisage that the outcome of this will improve water security and resilience to climate change and its impact, reduce municipal vulnerability to water scarcity, and increase private sector participation. I will also talk about the Program of Integrated Development and Adaptation to Climate Change in the Niger Basin, which is designed to achieve climate resilient growth in the river basin through a combination of highly concessional finance and grants. So 9 countries within the Niger Basin, a total financing of $209 million. And in particular, we're looking at the efficiency and effectiveness, which is designed to address both short and medium-term objectives related to climate resilient growth and mainstreaming climate risk management into the PDAC enhancement and effectiveness through planned intervention by reducing climate-related risks while contributing to sustainable growth. So these two projects demonstrate GCF investment, looking at one, the Trans-Boundary River Basin, where we bring together the relevant parties and countries together and solve the broader issues of water security and climate change. And then for the key ingredients for success, we really think that one needs to look at water resources management, the holistic approach to manage water resources sustainably. We also will look at climate resilient infrastructure as a key parameter for success, building infrastructure that can withstand the climate impacts. Community engagement is also key, involving local communities in project planning and implementation is very important. And then climate-informed advisory services based on robust climate and hydrological data. Early warning system is also key as one of the critical elements that will enable us to reduce the risk of potential disasters. And finally, also stakeholder buy-in is an important part in addition to leadership, which will ensure the support and leadership from local stakeholders and authorities. So we think these are critical criteria and examples that highlight GCF's approach to financing water projects that effectively address climate change while also promoting sustainable development and resilience within the communities.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Those are the only two panelists that were connected online. What we will do, we have panelists that are here, well-renowned in our sector and beyond, in areas of infrastructure. They will have, our session is 1.5 hours, so that there is a delay on the matchmaking, but we'll push the program for today. We are going to have Dr. Diego Rodriguez. He's a lead water economist from the Eastern and Southern Africa, representing the World Bank. We also have Michera Chira, the Director for Water and Sanitation, African Development Bank. We have Mr. Chene Rampela, Group Executive Infrastructure Delivery from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We have Agnes Nkosi, our Executive Vice President on Infrastructure from Standard Bank. We also have Dr. Hubert Danso, the Chairman and the CEO of Africa Invest Group. I had a discussion that they will make their preliminary remarks each on 4 minutes. From there, I will ask them difficult questions on how we get the money and how are we scaling up and what commitments are they making. Therefore, I will ask Dr. Diego Rodriguez to come from the World Bank to be the first one to take the stage. We have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the dignitaries that are here present today for the invitation to the World Bank to be here. As I mentioned before, I'm based in the Pretoria office of the World Bank. I've worked in many regions before coming here 4 years ago. Let me start by setting a bit the scene based on the panel questions, what are the conditions that we as lenders try to request from different countries or projects, and what is the trend that we are seeing in the region and how we are supporting the country lately in different countries in terms of innovations and scale up of different programs. Business as usual, we constantly say that it's not sufficient, but that requires a different mindset in the way that we plan and prioritize investments in the sector. And we have to address certain fundamental conditions when we look at whether it's efficiencies in public funding or bringing the private sector also into bear. No? So in the bank, we have 3 different institutions. We work first as a public finance entity that we lend directly to governments, but we also have a private sector branch that brings private sector finance, but also brings technical support and financial support to develop public-private partnerships. And then we have a de-risking instrument that is called MIGA that works primarily with guarantees. So one of the big changes that we have seen is that we have to work with the 3 entities as a one World Bank group in order to be able to address not only the financing gaps, but also the ensuring that the enabling conditions to bring in the private sector are there. In terms of what is required, in many instances, in my experience, it's not always about increasing the supply of resources and bringing more infrastructure, but we are facing a water governance crisis. A lot of it has to do with the management of the resource, but also in having the right policy, institutions, and regulatory frameworks. That requires very strong institutions with clear mandates, less overlapping roles, with very clear also regulation in place. And by this I mean whether countries have a fully independent economic regulator, like we have in many countries around the world, or with institutions that have the capacity to regulate by contract, particularly if we want to bring the private sector to bear. The enabling conditions are fundamental, particularly when we want to bring the private sector. We need financial sustainability of the systems, and that is very much related to pricing and tariff schemes. We need to be able to have long-term financial planning that goes beyond short cycles of 3 to 5 years if we want to ensure and we want to give the transparency and certainty to the private sector that is coming into a sector that is going to generate enough revenues. Long-term commitment beyond a 3 to 5 year project. And this is something that we are working now with different instruments in which we are expanding the portfolio of the type of instruments that we have, moving from a 3 to 5 year project to engagements that are closer to 15 years and 20 years. That long-term commitment that goes beyond administrations is critical if we want to ensure the long-term sustainability of the sector. I hope I'll stop there, Chair, and look forward to the questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our team working in the World Bank and the work they do in supporting our global effort. At this stage, we'll ask Mr. Chirwa from Africa Development Bank. He's a director for water and sanitation. We have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mhlobo, moderator for this panel and chair, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, greetings once again. I think the issue is a critical one, Chair, and we look at it at the African Development Bank in a number of, with a number of eyes, so to speak. There are projects that are purely public sector projects, so we're dealing with a government, ministry, or an entity of government. And there are projects where we have potential to finance through private sector developers or investors. And sometimes we have commonalities across the types of investments that we're looking at, and some specificities based on whether it's public sector or private sector. But in principle, how do we prioritize projects in the bank? First, we want to see projects that have very high impact. So we know the numbers in terms of access rates for water and sanitation in Africa, where we still have about 500 million people without access. So we want to see projects which we invest in and will have a high impact. So reach more people with clean water, closer access, and good quality service delivery. Secondly, we want to ensure that this project is actually a national priority. So there are many, many projects around the countries, but it's clear that some are of higher priority compared to others. And that is demonstrated by the readiness and commitment that the government demonstrates in engaging with financiers like ourselves in developing the project. Thirdly, it's a preparedness of the project. How well prepared is it? What studies have been undertaken, technical, financial, environmental, and social, to demonstrate the impacts, but also how it's addressing the risks that will be as part of the implementation phase. Then we want to ensure that the project can demonstrate benefits in terms of economic benefits, social benefits, but also must address financial viability ratios that we look at. So a net present value, for example, internal rate of return, and so on must be positive. So these are fundamental requirements. Additional elements is the institutional architecture. So who exactly is going to manage the project? What experience, institutional capacity do they have? Do we need to embed in there a component that will help to address institutional gaps? What is the regulatory framework under which this investment will be operated in? Because we want to ensure that it's long-term sustainability and that it doesn't fall apart just after a few years of investment. And in that sense, we also look at pricing, right? Because we have to take care of social needs, so the vulnerable groups that cannot afford perhaps the water at cost reflective tariffs, but there's also beneficiaries of projects that are able to afford the pricing at cost reflective. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that the infrastructure that's put in place can last over time, but also be able to sustain a standard level of service delivery. So we would want to see that there's actually a commitment or a regulatory framework that will enable pricing of water at a reasonable rate. And then also it's a whole issue of the institutional, like I said, institutional architecture, but also regulatory independence, because at the end of the day, we also want to ensure that operators, especially where you have private sector coming in, are able to invest and recoup investments at in a manner that is independently regulated, but not also perhaps influenced so significantly by other influences like political influence and so on. So in a nutshell, those are some of the areas that I can highlight, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much to Mr. Chira. Very clear that our bank, African Development Bank, is open for business. At this stage, we'll ask my brother, Comrade Chwene, our Group Executive for Infrastructure Development from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DM. I'm not sure. I think let me appreciate the colleagues and both internationally and locally. From the Development Bank of Southern Africa, I must state that we are the key development finance institution in the country with a regional focus also. So that's why we are called the Development Bank of Southern Africa. So we definitely, as the DM has indicated, very open for business to then begin to invest, or rather to finance, infrastructure projects within the continent itself. And I think our history obviously, dates back 43 years ago. And I think what we decided to do, we had water as a consistent strategic focus in terms of our financing priorities. And that is alongside your ICT, your transport, your energy projects, ICT, as well as ports. So from our side, we took a very clear integrated approach of saying our focus is just not only to be on finance, but it's also going to really be in looking at beyond finance. And that's basically trying to make sure that we have finance to meet implementation. And that's basically the model that the DBSA is following, particularly from a point of saying we would then be in a position to look at the planning component and making sure that there is proper planning of infrastructure, concentrating on master planning and all of these other water master planning, infrastructure master plans. We also then dedicate ourselves to then deal with the preparation of projects. That's why our greatest focus is to ensure that we focus on the bankability of the projects, and hence we really very, very much more upfront in terms of working with the partners, the water boards, our TCTAs, all of that, to try and make sure that particularly the projects that we really inaugurate are really well prepared, and that the financing instruments becomes those areas that we really should also be innovative around. And as a DBSA, we looked at innovating around the financing part, looking at both balance sheet and off balance sheet. And I think what is working now, as you see, is particularly the area around the blended financing as one of the key instruments that I think we need to really amplify, in a sense that if you look at the infrastructure fund that the DBS and government is looking at, having to harness and having to really crowd in close to 46.6 billion rands of water infrastructure, that is significant in its own form. Looking at even government utilizing whatever that it has to leverage in the private sector, because it's only through our own funding as government that we are able to attract private sector, because they can see that the commitment is there. Hence, we are looking at the other area we are looking at is basically issue of enhancing the public-public partnership. And I think in a number of cases, it's only the public-public partnership that is going to drive the social component of our investments in particular. Hence, obviously, we have been talking about crowding private sector, but we should also begin to collaborate more so that nobody walks alone. Because as Africa, if we're really going to really be working in a non-collaborative format, we're really going to have many funds that will really be existing out there, and then we're not going to really make the necessary impact. And I think what has been indicated here is also the issue around also how we do implement these projects, particularly from a point of even designing the projects. We have consultants nowadays that design projects like we're still living in the 1938. So this is the time that we have a situation that we're faced with regards to climate change. So we want to see climate change, being really taken care of. And I think my colleague has indicated what we need in order for us to finance. Obviously, good governance becomes an important element, the issue of sustainability, and then the issue of regional integration becomes quite very important. So I think, Chair, from our side, that is basically to just say we are also open for business, open to really be in a position to finance water infrastructure.
Thank you so much to our Executive Director, Ntate Chweni. At this stage, we'll ask Ms. Agnes Nkosi, our Executive Vice President for Infrastructure from Standard Bank. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, all, and the delegates and the honorable members. I think majority of what I would be covering, probably my colleagues on the stage have also highlighted. What we've, as a financial institution that has been supporting growth in Africa, and Standard Bank, considering ourselves at home, and as our motto say, Africa is our home and we drive a growth. What we really are considering and what we are finding that will unlock the opportunities and the ability for financial institutions like ourselves to look at funding, it is one of the key components is on project preparations, which we have found that there is less projects in the market, which obviously then few people are crowding in on one projects that are really viable and have been, the feasibility studies have been done on them, and they are ready for the market. But we also note that the ability to then fund also requires all the players in the market, which also includes our counterparts like your DFIs, who we really do engage with in the process of bringing in funding. But what is key, obviously, as I said, in the unlocking of these projects is that we really do need to see clarity on policy and risk mitigations around some of the projects. and understanding, I guess, the strength of the sponsorship. And I guess sustainability also comes with knowing that the team that's managing and delivering on the project will, and the maintenance of the water projects, have the right skills and capabilities to deliver and continue managing it, because that obviously then provides sustainability, not just from a financial perspective, but also for the communities and the businesses that are in that space. And what we have seen is that within an SA perspective, what the government has done around reforms and the programs that they've come up with has enabled us as commercial banks to start looking into these projects, and some of the projects like the Lebalelo, which is the project that we are seeing is being crafted with the thinking of both private and the community. And what we do consider that as one of the basic projects that are gonna give us scalability in future in some of the projects. So I honestly do think that those are the key factors. I don't wanna repeat what everybody else has really clearly stated around project preparation and also de-risking the projects. And also I think gentlemen have also covered the green bonds and the blue bonds, which is exactly what we're looking for, obviously, with guarantees that come in to secure what we consider to be mezzanine funding from our perspective. So with that in mind, I think, Minister, I'll give you a minute back.
Thank you so much. At this stage, we will ask Dr. Hubert Danso, our chairman and the chief executive officer of Africa Investor Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, delegates. It's a real honor and privilege to be before you. We think, as Africa Investor, as an institutional infrastructure investment platform working with sovereign capital and pension fund capital, that the time is now for us to really come with a different tone, a different message, and a different goal. If we're trying to mobilize $10 billion of institutional capital, then you're going to need to really have a different relationship, or we're going to need to have a very different relationship with a 300 trillion pool of capital, and we're going to really need to think about how we can recharacterize the risks, apportion the risks in a very different way. So I sit on the high-level water panels task group. I've been on there since its inception, and I've really enjoyed serving in that particular role. And what became clear when we engaged our institutional investment colleagues is that our mandates are really to return capital to our members or future generations. How can we reconcile that with a space that's really been dominated by a development mindset, when we think that long-term capital can solve development challenges when they are in the trillions? So we think that one of the key philosophies that we need to think about is, instead of trying to make investment developmental, we should be trying to make development investable, to the point where it can unlock the social as well as economic dividends on an aligned basis. So we have 4 very quick, concrete proposals that we believe can accomplish that in the water sector, that could unlock more than 10 billion a year from the 300 trillion pool of global institutional capital, both African pension funds and sovereign wealth funds and our global peers. We think we should really look at legally classifying water ecosystems from watershed protection and storage to natural filtration as national infrastructure assets that can be measurable with return on investment, and qualify them for the same regulated returns, protections and investment treatment as roads, ports, energy grids. We think this reframing is going to be very important. Secondly, we talk in terms of institutional investor-public partnerships as opposed to public-private partnerships. So we talk about how can we have long-term capital working with long-term assets, as opposed to perhaps some of the financing structures that are going to be very complicated for the government to be able to realize. And we call them institutional investor-public partnerships. We think we leave a lot on the table as government and institutional investors. Nature. Africa has $6 trillion worth of natural capital that we don't even put on our own government's balance sheets, that we don't securitize, and we have dependencies which affect our own strategic portfolios because of the ecosystem services. So we believe that there's an opportunity there to unlock over $900 billion for the continent and about $18 billion each year between now and 2050 through institutional investor-public partnerships at the policy level that can unlock long-term institutional patient capital. And then finally, Chair, I suppose the other issue for us is we tend to invest in financial instruments, funds, more strategic platforms. So we believe that water is very aligned with that. It's happening around the world. Tens and hundreds of billions of dollars of private capital are already going into well-defined and regulated structures. And private capital is already doing it. So we don't have to reinvent any wheel. We don't have to be creative. We just have to perhaps let the development finance world understand that if they can't finance the scope and the scale of the need, they should probably let a balance sheet in that can do that. One of the opportunities we believe is that we should encourage committing to enabling scalable, tradable financial products such as water, ETFs, exchange-traded funds, nature-linked bonds and catchment resilience funds backed by Task Force for Nature-related financial disclosures and other taxonomies. And these taxonomies are already linked to trillions of dollars of ESG capital. So the alignment is there. We need to be getting into alignment, and then we can decide the extent to which our development interests are balanced. But as I said at the beginning, we see ourselves as universal owners. So we are investing in the long term, and we need to see growth and development. So it's not even a question. So thank you very much. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much, Doc. With your input, I need to put you guys on the spot in terms of responding to some of the issues we've said. Probably let's start with the World Bank. What have you shown up as a core drivers of a successful transaction and an implementation of an example of a water and sanitation project?
What?
Just a particular example that we have done in our continent. Dr. Rodriguez, I want you to, in 2 to 3 minutes, to answer that question.
What was the question? I cannot hear. So can you repeat the question?
My question, we're getting down to business.
Yeah.
I want you to share in not more than 3 minutes. What have you shown as a core driver of a successful transaction and an implementation of a water or a sanitation project? Choose only one that we have done in Africa, so that we can be able to share what are these main issues you are looking at from institutional, from planning, and other matters that you might have had to look at. You have to try to tie down that response between 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you.
I want only one example.
I'll give you just one example, but I think it's one example, and I'll give you an example of Tanzania, of a rural small-scale water supply and sanitation program, which has a particular aspect that we are now trying here in South Africa through the Metro Trading Services program. And it is based on an instrument that is called Performance for Results that incentivizes the efficiency in the use of the public spending by providing payments against reforms and very targeted investments. So we are not paying for example, to provide access to water supply and sanitation through the infrastructure. We are paying once the infrastructure is having an outcome, right? So in the case of a wastewater treatment plant, a traditional investment would be that you pay against the wastewater treatment plant. Here we are concerned with, is a wastewater treatment plant operating efficiently, and then you pay against those results. Similarly, you incentivize the changes in the enabling conditions and the policy institutions and regulatory framework. So in this particular case, This was a 10-year program, so it was beyond political administration, so it was a long-term commitment. And the project basically provided at the end of the 10-year process access to water supply to more than 3.3 million people. It provided additional access to sanitation facilities in the order of 4.6 million people. But it emphasizes a lot on of the activities that we are trying to incentivize the necessary reforms on the governance structure. And then you incentivize by having a payment attached to that, very similar to the Metro Trading Services program that is being developed here. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to you, Doc. When I come back to you, you will say to us, get ready, all of you, it will be the same question when I come back. What is in the pipeline for Africa? What values are we looking at? What is already in the pipeline? Not everything, but what values are we looking at? I'll go to Dr. Danso. Most investors, they are in the main wanting a collateral. In other words, we look at blended financing, where there's a confirmation either by the state of the existence of traditional financing to grants, whether through rates and taxes, but then the difference, then yourselves, you'll be able to come in. Can you then share with us how it is likely for yourself to use blended finance, and give us one example of a project that you have used blended finance and you have done the investment on it in our own soil, Mother Africa?
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, whilst I love the question and I love all the enthusiasm around blended finance, blended finance was designed decades ago, and it was designed to solve a very different problem. It's got a very long tail that only now, when the financing gap has become so pervasive, that everyone's leaning on blended finance as if it's a panacea. And if the truth be told, blended finance has not really got the depth and the capacity to accomplish any of our goals. So I always wonder when we have these conversations, Chair, are we trying to get orders of magnitude in a broken model, or are we trying to create something new and solve the problem? So I sat on President Macron's Finance and Private Sector Task Force. We had to look at this for the new Global Financial Pact Summit. When we sat down with all of the multilateral development bank leaders and the investors, what we found out was that if you bring all of the blended finance first loss capacity together for Africa as well as for emerging markets, less than 10% of what we actually need is available. So the question should rather be, how do we fix the 90% gap that blended finance cannot? And I think that's where we're really trying to open up our minds to say, how can private capital have a different relationship with the public sector so that we can have more programs, more programmatic, more long-term, more strategic portfolio-based relationships so that we can actually so private capital can de-risk private capital to solve the financing and the investment gap. And I think if we're talking about mobilizing capital for a sector like this, as I say to my colleagues, we spend 90% of our time trying to solve 10% of the problem, and less than 10% of our time working with people that can solve 90% of the problem. So blended finance, just so that we also understand, because I know that a lot of colleagues are leaning on blended finance because we don't really have much else. Blended finance is part of whilst it's good and whilst it's got some transactions done and we can throw some good names around, blended finance also, if not sold properly, contributes to increasing the cost of capital, because it gives the perception that geographies that need blended finance are going to have a loss. Even before we've talked about the transaction, we're explaining who is going to take on board on board the loss. So there are lots of different transactions we can go through that have gone through that, but they haven't been able to scale.
We'll do it during the matchmaking.
Oh, I see.
It's an option.
Yes.
Mr. Chiro, our bank, the African Development Bank, in the main, Africa has the biggest potential. But most of the time, many people are saying we are actually a risky continent to invest. And in the main, mostly organizations and financiers, they are looking at the issues of rating. How should Africa rethink the question of credit ratings so that we can be in a position to unlock domestic financing? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. It's very critical. I think, yes, people perceive risk in Africa, but there's huge opportunity because you remember there's a risk-return equation. So really, a lot of the perceived risks, once you get down to it, may not really be a risk. That's the first thing. The second thing is there are mitigating instruments against those risks. For example, we provide guarantees that can mitigate risk, and we have deployed these guarantees in a number of projects to mitigate whether it's political risk, credit risk, foreign currency risk, and so on. So we are supporting countries even to secure financing in local currencies, which mitigates against foreign currency risks. Like just now in South Africa, last month we approved a project for the city of Johannesburg, which is in rand denominated currency, which means it's easier to repay the loan through local revenue. So another way that I would recommend is really this, the institutional and regulatory framework. So once there's clarity in the country, who is responsible for water, who is responsible for sanitation, how strong are these institutions, how are we building long-term capacity, what is the pricing regime, it becomes easier for investors to come in because there's clarity. There's this saying that investment, just like water, flows where it has least resistance, because water flows naturally where there is least resistance. So similarly, investors will follow where there is clarity of responsibilities, there's a clarity of institutional capacity, but also there's a pipeline, a clear investment portfolio, right? That determines opportunities longer term. So in this way, it lowers the cost of borrowing and attracts financiers to come on board with DFIs like ourselves, which will offer guarantees to lower the cost of borrowing. So these are some of the possibilities of demonstrating that it's possible to invest and risks can be mitigated and managed longer term.
Chair, can I just come back on that?
No, thank you very much. Now let me finish the other stock. I need to give them, it's solidarity, equity, and sustainability. I'm on equity. At this stage, I will ask Ms. Nkosi. Standard Bank, I was amazed when I interacted with your executives that we are doing a lot of work as a commercial bank around infrastructure, whether is it energy, we are getting into the space of water. Can you just share with us, as we are leading infrastructure as a vice president, what are the unique characteristics, whether in infrastructure development or investment, especially in water, if there are any we are doing, that will make it more challenging for yourselves to be in a position to invest? In other words, are there barriers that you see? Whether they are regulatory barriers, whether they're institutional or the capability one, as we are in a big space in supporting our continent and beyond. Ms. Nkosi.
Thanks. I think one of the biggest barriers is understanding the cash flows. Or maybe for an easier form is you want to know who's going to take you out as an investor or as a funder. How are you going to get your money out? And I think one of the key considerations is understanding who are the off-takers? And in that discussion, one of the things that we are trying to understand is that understanding the off-takers and understanding, I guess, their staying power as institutions, but also, I guess, from a government's perspective, the support that is given to the indigenous people who obviously can't pay for themselves. So that is the reality of what drives the projects. But then over and above that is that you also don't want to put money into an investment, and then it's like buying a car and not driving it and not maintaining it and expect it to work. So it's also about the ability of those who've been given the authority and the responsibility to manage the assets, to continue managing the asset for sustainability of the tenure of the investment, but beyond, so that it's sustainable. So those are some of the things that we consider when we look at funding, to say, who are we looking at? What is their, I guess, track record in delivering those projects, managing those projects, but also over and above that, who is amongst the payers? And I guess maybe the question around the tariff is also one of the things that gets considered. Is the tariff that's being charged appropriate, or does it really give the value of the product itself? So what you've seen in the energy side is that obviously with the private players coming in, and some of it obviously talking about embedded energy, where it's then directly provided to the corporates themselves. But what we are looking is to say, there is what has been done in the energy side from an SA perspective we can leverage some of those learnings as we move into the water space. And that's what we are also seeing in the projects that are related to AILA, which is the Lebalelo one, where there are lessons that are being taken from the other programs to be brought in. And that's also part, I guess, of the reform from a government's perspective, which we appreciate, because that allows us then to participate as a commercial bank.
No, thank you so much. Ntate Chwen.
Yes.
We have been doing a very good job, not only for South Africa, but for our continent. World Bank and all other development banks, they've been working with you. We have created a template, clear examples. Just briefly, we are reaching a stage to say we want to scale up. There are many projects we have supported on water security, water supply and sanitation provision. What is required to increase the number of successful finding water projects, especially in your portfolio? I know many IMF, World Bank, they work with you, and you can just share what then makes it more as a success factor.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I think three things that are very fundamental to the success of this. I think one is basically the issue, and I think we spoke about it, of the project prep. I think from our side, we took a deliberate position of wanting to just invest more and allocate more capital along lines of early project stages. And I think that again, started to give us an impetus in terms of how we really then begin to get quality projects. And one thing for sure that we have done was not to neglect the transformation part. Chair, was also to then be in a position to look at, some of the, the companies that we could really extend this particular support to, by just supporting and giving the small black fund managers, some funding for them to really even to on-lend to that effect. And I think that started to scale up the issue around the bankable feasibility studies. And the second issue, I think that was very important, is also then mixing or beginning to put much more emphasis on the implementation of the investment, because to create an investor confidence is that you need to then be in a position to be clear about what, and account for what you have. And that's why I always say, if we then have a gap of 30 billion rands, what it is that we have currently, and whatever that we have, how best are we utilizing that fund? Because if we don't transform that particular funding into the actual projects, then it becomes a challenge, because how do I invest in somebody else that doesn't have the capacity to really even begin to translate? That is the case. So for us, execution and the implementation of the already secured funding becomes a fundamental issue. But the last part, I think, is just to look at the, driving the public-public collaboration. I mean, in SA having to really work very closely with our institutions of water, your TCTA, the water boards being the very most important critical players in the space. And I think that's primarily what made us to really be in a position to look at succeeding in this case. And that's why when we go out there in the market to raise funding, it becomes much more easier. We really have to, we get much more support from even our BRICS members to that effect.
Thank you. I don't think you came here empty-handed. You knew that we want money so that we can develop. All of you, you have to answer the question. What's in the pipeline? How many projects are you looking at? What value for this continent? I'm sure we're not doing a scam, Chavo. We're not just talking. Let's start with the World Bank. There are those that are already in the year under review. There are those that are already in planning. Just to share, just at a high level, 2 minutes each. We'll start with you, Doc, as a very big institution, a developmental institution. We don't want you to say we came, we saw Cape Town, we ate, we talked, and we left. What is in your pockets? Not about the 8, but on the current work that we are supporting water and sanitation. And those that are at a stage where decisions will be made very shortly. Let's start with the World Bank, our mother bank.
Okay. Thanks for starting with me. Well, the World Bank has quite a strong portfolio in Africa. And we have now around $6 billion in portfolio in investments.
For Africa.
For Africa only. I think it's around 30 projects. Plus then we have a window that does concessional lending to the poorest countries in Africa. That should be around another $2 billion. We have, as you know, some projects. They are in every country except Namibia. We have lending. And we have very large projects about to be approved, like the one in South Africa for the Metro Trading Services Program, large irrigation projects in Kenya, DRC, Angola, just to mention a few. But it's quite a large portfolio, and it has been expanded.
Okay, I will come at the end to say how are we scaling up the 16 billion US dollars as your parting shot. Let's look at our own African Development Bank. All our development banks, they are under your leadership and guidance, Mr. Chiro. What is our pipeline and what's already in our pockets?
Thank you very much for that question. So we work in all the African countries, as you know. Currently, we have, I think, projects in 46 countries, I think 110 thereabouts, valued around 6 billion. That's ongoing portfolio. We're in the status of preparing a new strategic action plan for the next 5 years that will inform what we will support over the next 5 years. And we're looking currently at a pipeline over the next 3 years of around $5 to $6 billion. Our focus over the next 5 years will be in certain areas like Nexus projects that are tackling food security, energy, water supply. We also want to support more utilities to address unaccounted for water, improve operational efficiency and financial sustainability, but also sanitation. We are looking at a portfolio of $7 billion over the next 10 years purely for urban sanitation areas. So our portfolio is growing, and I think by the end of the year, when we have our strategic action ready, we'll launch it at the beginning of next year, and we'll be able to provide greater detail on that. But we have pipeline projects in pretty much all the African countries right now.
Donkey, thank you so much. The pipeline must not be too long so that we can see at the end of the tunnel. Ms. Kosi, Standard Bank, commercial banks, we bank with all of you. We are all over Africa and international. We are holding an important infrastructure portfolio. Thank you so much. It's your turn.
So, Minister, I think from our side as commercial banks is that funding is available, but it will follow bankable projects. So, in reality is that if a project is bankable and it has all the wills and bells that comes and we will then fund it. So if anything, like I said, we are working on few projects that have come through that we see the possibility of us delivering on. And I think maybe to just clarify is that for us is that, project funding will flow similar to water. It will take the right connection, the right pressures and the right channels for us to be able to fund it. So I think I'll keep it that way. Thank you.
We need that money of your blue bonds. You need to sit closer to Ntate Chwen.
No, we sit very closely with Ntate Chwen.
And Ntate Chiron.
Yes.
I'll be dragging you to on the other room. I love blue bonds and green bonds. Dr. Danso?
Yeah,
What do we have?
I think I can only concur with my dear sister. And again, I think fundamentally, we have to relook at the types of questions that we ask. We're currently looking at, and I'm going to give you a contextual example, Chair. We're currently looking at $3 trillion, for example, that's required for our nationally determined contribution projects. Those projects are worked on very hard by ministries of environment that don't have project finance expertise. And then the private sector is blamed for not financing or not banking or not investing in unbankable, poorly designed projects that have been funded with MDB technical assistance. What we say, sir, is that in our own portfolios, we have private sector companies that have the technology, that have the expertise, that have the local presence, that can do the large-scale projects that we can finance because they're already diligenced, but they're not allowed to present projects as NDC projects. If you allowed the private sector to play a leadership role in designing these water-related transactions in the same way that we are asking UNFCCC to allow private sector to originate NDC projects, which are linked into adaptation and water as well, you would see a much bigger pipeline. You would see money going into those projects a lot faster. You would see growth. You would see jobs. And you would see all of the people not being left behind. And so I think if we remain stubborn on we can only invest in projects that are originated by one party, and the other party has to invest in them regardless, that's where I want us to get to, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ntate Chwen?
Yeah, I think from our side, agreeing with the colleagues, but I think the issue with the DBSA is that obviously we've taken a post of the 60-40, 40 in the continent and 60% of our capital within South Africa itself. But in Africa, we do have I'm not talking of a long pipeline, Minister. I'm talking of the pipeline that is under consideration. You know there are 5 projects that we're really currently looking at it from the SADC perspective. Is the Lesotho-Botswana water treatment, the Ramozo transboundary in Botswana, and then we have also the La Nicole water in Mauritius. We have the Noor Dam in Namibia. We have Dawasa water improvement in Tanzania. All combined is a consideration we're making of around over 2 billion in that regard. And I think, as I said, in the South African context, those that are to reach financial close now, we're talking around 18.2 billion that the DBS has put into the system. And I think that is the projects that we'll definitely be seeing implementation in the near future. Apart from the infrastructure fund, having crowded in 46.2 billion rand, that is also also at a stage of financial close. So, and I think that shows the kind of an appetite that is particularly within our realm, and obviously collaborating. As I said, it's going to be important to collaborate and pull our resources together to really be in a position to make this difference, because that's how we could really scale up, the funding in this regard.
Thank you. In a 1 minute, there were heads of state here. There are those who are representing the heads of state. There are financial developmental institutions that are here. private sector, policymakers, experts, and practitioners. They are all under one roof, gathered here in Africa on the southern tip in Cape Town, as they are about to go for matchmaking. What is one profound recommendation you want to give them in a minute? Mr. Chira, we start with you.
I think what I would say is showcase why these projects have a high priority, what impact they will have, and why financiers should come and invest in those projects. I think if that message is clear, and also perhaps to say the state of preparedness of the project, how ready are they for investment? I think if we get this message very clear, it will be easier to make commitments towards financing those projects.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, I think that we need to make sure that we make the economic, business, and social case much stronger, because we are competing, when we talk to our counterparts in the Ministries of Finance, we are competing with many other infrastructure sectors that can be, in some cases, better at providing that business case. Why it's important to invest in water, but what are those returns, how to ensure the sustainability of the sector in the long term is very important. So the engagement with our counterparts in the Ministry of Finance and bringing that economic and social case is very important.
Thank you so much, Doc. Dr. Danso?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I have a slightly different perspective. I would appeal to our heads of state to have a direct engagement with the 300 trillion pool of institutional capital. We could form a compact. We could do it as part of this new Global Outlook Council. We could set some very tight deadlines and say, what can we agree on up until the UN Water Conference in 2026? And how can we bring our private sector expertise, our technology, our capital to design bankable and investable projects that we would actually backstop, so we're not looking for money. We start the conversation with balance sheets that can do the projects and change the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kosio, last tweet.
I would say bankable, bankable projects, therefore meaning feasible and clear project with sustainability. Thanks.
Comrade Chen.
I think for me, it's just to get the ministers and the heads of state to advocate for the increase in the budget for water infrastructure projects. We can't be sitting at 2% of the GDP. We need to start upping up the game, at least get to the 5% of the GDP budget for water infrastructure. And I think that's what I think they should really look at.
Thank you. What message are we taking away? In the main, our panelists, the matters of governance and stability of governance and certainty is an important matter. In other words, governance must be a matter that is get attended to. The matter of the implementation model or modalities on how water and sanitation must be implemented is an important matter. The issue of institutional and technical capability from planning, development, execution, and management remains an important component. The issue of building resilience and water-sensitive communities and climate-sensitive communities is an important matter. We all agree that there are many sources of funding. In the main, traditional financing, which in other ways come from rates and taxes, from the sale of water resources and water sales, is the bedrock in other ways that we can be able to use. The issue of blended finance is an important aspect, where there is a combination of private sector and public sector, a wholly owned question of private sector investment, looking at number of options, whether in terms of concessions, whether in terms of special purpose vehicles, whether the element of build, own, transfer, and train and transfer, build, own, and operate. There are many, many mechanisms that you can be able to look at. But also there is a money that is also available. In other words, the promotion of green economy and blue economy, producing less waste. There is always a new economy that is sitting there, and other countries are more advanced around the question of circular economy, where some of our water system, they are at the center for food security and food production. They can be at the center around the issues of energy production, but more importantly around water, stimulating our economies and other aspects. We all agree that in partnership with governments, financial institutions and other investors will co-develop a mission-oriented financing and investment strategies for water. In the main, that is aligned to our SDGs and climate resilience priorities, including Africa's Vision 2063. Investors and financial institutions have agreed in principle to support portfolio-based financing approaches, as well as traditional project-by-project funding to enable systematic impact and sustainability. Sustainability is important. Financial institutions in general and our development partners, they will aim to provide concessional and catalytic capital to enable investment where private capital alone cannot flow. In other words, our regulatory barriers must be attended to. Financial institutions will commit to deploy more accessible and less costly de-risking. I want to indicate the word de-risking. In South Africa, we're supported by yourselves. We fought against colonialism and apartheid, a crime against humanity. When South Africa was a skunk, a pariah in terms of the world, one of the things that an Afrikaner, a South African at a time, that to attend to a question of a poor Afrikaner. They were so broke, but governments deliberately, they said they were going to invest in water. When everybody said the project is not economically viable, they to do an assessment of areas with a good rainfall pattern and the possibility of a catchment. They built dams and canals in a desert where there were no communities. But bankers and some of our financiers, they've always said, we want a return. And sometimes the returns, you can't get them in a short space. Those Afrikaners were put there. They were given a task that they are going to toil the soil. Now water is available. They started to produce food. They produce plenty. Then therefore they started to actually supply beyond their area of operation. The investment, the return on investment was not immediate. One of the biggest problems is being risk adverse. That matter must be dealt with. In other words, you will say we are opening for business, but there are barriers. That barrier must be dealt with. Equally, public sector financing, the vigilance and discipline of financial management, where finances that are there must be ring-fenced in a utility model, so that when you sweat the asset, you must be able to still to invest in that particular asset, to expand its lifespan, but improve the assurance of security, but also the assurance of supply. It's an important discipline and reform we must agree. but also the ability of a user pay principle. Because if we don't address the issues of water user pay principle in terms of water use charges, we will not be in a position to deal with the questions that we are dealing with. Therefore, we say that we must have an understanding that there are still underserved rural and peri-urban areas. We still have a challenge of 2.2 billion people who don't have access to clean and safe drinking water. That's the terrain. And in the main, they are peri-urban. In the main, they are rural. They too, under the sun, are human beings. On basis of their socio-economic status, we must not leave them behind. These people are fragile, and some of these areas are conflicted, and we need to have nature-based solution. Investors and financial institutions, we all agree we must develop mechanisms to ensure that local utilities and service providers can access sustainable and climate finance with a tailored instrument and support. It can't be a one-size-fits-all. Differentiation is the way to go so that we leave nobody behind. Investors and financial institutions, we all agree that here in Cape Town, here in the mother continent of Africa, we are going to partner, we will collaborate on a more credible, equitable credit rating framework. Underline, we need an equitable credit rating framework. One of the biggest issues we should understand, inequality in the world, if you don't address it, we are compromising the aspect of sustainability. Your safety and security is not guaranteed in the sea of poverty, in the sea of vulnerability. Remember, we all need a drop of water. Every drop of water we waste, someone is looking for that drop of water. Therefore, equitable credit rating framework to support the SDGs is important. We also agree that better risk pricing and long-term capital flows, they are short-term ones, but if you want to have return in water, investing in water is a long haul. It's a long haul, but you are investing in people. We must therefore, while we are looking for foreign funding, mobilize our own domestic financing. We are not carrying a cap in a hand. We are not actually begging. We are here to say, let's partner for a humane world. We all have shared aspiration. Let's allow our country, our continent, and the global community, just on the question of water, that does not have any element of discrimination to bind us together. The time exactly now at 7 minutes past. We started at 14:35. Let's give this panel a round of applause, and plenary one is concluded. Once again, thank you so much. Daniel, take over the stage and do matchmaking. We are running slightly behind schedule by 1 hour, 30 minutes, but let's get down to work. No slogans, people must commit.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Minister.
Ministers, mayors, and premiers, we are not only looking for private sector financing. The state must make the first foot forward. Governments, you'll commit. And when governments is committed, our partners will join them. Let's take a picture. My job is done here. Ngiyaleboga, Baya Danki, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Ponape.
Merci beaucoup, Minister. They also joined the family photo there before you off the stage. Thank you. Another round of applause for this very, very informative panel we've had and well-moderated Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. All right, as the Deputy Minister mentioned, we are running behind time, but we'll try and catch up. So where are we? At 1600 now, we have the matchmaking sessions, and there's one in Protea room, and Nerina, that's at the first floor. There's Orchid and Fraser room, that's on the second floor, and there's Bluebell at the third floor, and there are also other. Then there's the round table that we are about to do. There is the youth session. It's at 2.6, room 2.6 at C1. I think I've covered everything on the breakaways that are taking place. But may I call upon the Honorable Sheikh Tidiane Dieye, the Senegal Minister of Water and Sanitation, and also the President of African Ministers' Council on Water. He will be running the Heads of State Roundtable. A round of applause as he comes up. Thank you very much. Minister, if you could come up, please, sir.
Hello, thank you. Excellent.
I will let you call then your panelists once you are here.
Just a few words.
Thank you.
We see the Honorable Minister Pemi Majordina is also joining us. Joining us in the hall. So this is the second Heads of State Roundtable. As you heard in the morning when we announced the agenda, there were going to be 2 rounds of Heads of State panels. The first one took place in the morning, and now it's a second one, and they are exactly running in the same fashion. So the leaders who are going to be speaking are representing their heads of states. So it's a heads of state session. They will deliver their remarks and statements led by, as already been introduced, by the Minister of Water and Sanitation from the Republic of Senegal, also the President of the African Ministers' Council on Water, also the co-chair of the Africa International High-Level Panel on Water, also the co-host of the UN 2026 Water Conference. No wonder you got a prize, Honorable Minister. Over to you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. I am Dr. Sheikh Tidiane Dieye, Minister of Water and Sanitation of Senegal and President of AMCAO. I'm very happy, really honored to moderate this session, very a high-level session, which is the second round of the Head of State Roundtable. I call His Excellency Sheikh Shadbout bin Nahyan Al Nahyan, Minister of States for Foreign Affairs of United Arab Emirates. His Excellency, please join us here. And I also call His Excellency Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of, the representative of Prime Minister of Barbados. Are you in the room, please? Okay. Dr. Jimmy Gazore, Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda, please.
Sorry, excuse. Those who are going to the matchmaking sessions, please go to the matchmaking rooms, Katarina, just to clarify, because this session is running in parallel with the matchmaking sessions. This was announced by the Deputy Minister at the beginning. Those who are going to the matchmaking sessions, please go to your rooms to present the projects where you have other partners that are waiting as well. So it's running in parallel. This was announced earlier, but I realized some of us were not in the room. And thank you, DG, for correcting this. Those who are going to the matchmaking sessions, please go, and then we continue with the panel of the heads of states.
Thank you very much, Alex.
He's joining us later.
Yes, okay. I think the representative of United Arab Emirates, also Honorable William Duguid, Minister of Planning and Development, representing Prime Minister of Barbados in the room. Not yet, will join us later. Okay, all right, you're here. Thank you very much. Dr. Jimmy Gazore, Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda. Okay. The representative of Vilakati from AU Commission. And then Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shaibani, please join us. Minister for Water of the United Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, please. Thank you. We will do it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, let me check my list. His Excellency Ibrahim Gali, the representative of Ibrahim Gali, it's Mohammed Yaslem Bezat. Please. Thank you. So, thank you very much, please. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, welcome to this second presidential roundtable, which builds on the rich exchanges that we have since this morning on this session, on this summit. This summit is a historic moment for our continent as we meet under the South Africa presidency of the G20 to bring Africa's voices to the world and affirm the strategic place of water at the highest level of the global agenda. Never before has such a process been integrated into the G20 framework since the launch of the G20 platform in 2020 by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Water, ladies and gentlemen, is not merely a resource. It is the very source of life, the engine of our economies, and a driver of peace and stability. This is why we must together elevate it to the top of political priorities in Africa and across the world. This summit is a major contribution by the G20 to the preparation of the United Nations Water Conference in 2026, co-hosted by Senegal and the United Arab Emirates, as well as the 11th World Water Forum scheduled for Riyadh in March 2027, and more broadly to the African Union's water agenda, and in large part to the global water agenda. Who better than our head of states and governments to carry this advocacy at the highest level and catalyze the decisions that will shape our collective future? It is therefore my great honor to moderate this roundtable in the presence of the distinguished representatives of the President of the United Arab Emirates, Barbados, Rwanda, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, and the African Union, also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Together, we will explore the pathways and means to accelerate investment in water in the service of sustainable development and shared prosperity. So I want to give the floor to the representatives for their statements. We wanted to have questions and responses, but as this session is a high level and the President's roundtable, we will give them the floor in the name of the head of states to make their remarks and statements. Please, I start by His Excellency Abdul Aziz Al Shaybani, Deputy Minister for Water of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for the introduction, and I thank and congratulate Her Excellency Minister Majoudina for leading this effort in South Africa, and wish you all success. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I first would like to congratulate the Republic of South Africa, the African Union, and the AIP for African Union for holding the Water Investment Summit 2025 under the banner of South Africa's G20 presidency. At the same time, the appreciation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting us to this summit as a token of further global collaboration in addressing water challenges and issues. It is beyond any doubt that gap in achieving SDG 6 globally has widened. We have heard this time and again, including talks of this morning, with large proportion of this gap being attributed to lack of financing, a challenge this summit is actually addressing. To this effect, Saudi Arabia, with its heartfelt significance of resilience in water management, has used its position as the president of G20 back in 2020 to address the global water challenges. In his presidency speech in Riyadh in 2020, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman stated that, and I quote, "We stepped up our collective efforts to ensure that everyone on earth has access to safely managed fresh water. By working in consensus modality with all G20 members under the G20 Agriculture and Water Working Group, the Kingdom G20 presidency is marked by several meetings of ministers responsible for water and deputy ministers for water. The meetings highlighted, among others, the significance of water as an economic enabler and the global gap in achieving access of fresh water and sanitation. The Saudi G20 presidency also founded the G20 Dialogue on Water, and I would like to thank His Excellency the President for mentioning this in his speech this morning. This work elevated the water topic to the highest level of G20 political will. In the Riyadh G20 Leaders Declaration, leaders stated that they welcome the G20 Dialogue on Water as a basis to share best practices and promote innovation and new technologies that will foster sustainable, resilient, and integrated water management. This G20 Leaders Declaration continued and echoed in G20 presidencies since 2020 until today, including Rome, Bali, New Delhi, and Rio de Janeiro, and today in Cape Town. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Union AIP Water Investment Summit is a landmark of turning priorities into will and action, and I trust that the lessons to be developed from this summit will turn to lessons of best practices in our future meetings globally, helping to accelerate bridging the widening gap in water financing where it is most challenged, and especially in the continent of Africa. I would like here to shed some light on Saudi Arabia's water sector, where the political will in water management has its roots since the late King Abdulaziz ordered the commissioning of desalination plants early in the 20th century, followed by decades of detailed water resources studies and development and expansion of desalination and water services. An important turning point in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the launch of its 2030 vision, where thriving and diversified economy is aimed for. But economy in a land of extreme aridity demands water, and the launch of the National Water Strategy in 2018. With its 10 programs, the National Water Strategy, is a comprehensive integrated water resources management blue book adapted to the kingdom. The 10 programs cover the restructuring of the entire water sector under the umbrella of the ministry. It also establishes all the governance and policy framework, including the establishment of the Saudi Water Authority as a regulator of water supply chain and services, among other mandates of the authority, with a transparent and clear governance model and privatization as a pathway towards the diversification of economy. That was translated by the launch of the establishment of the Saudi Water Partnership Company, which is mandated with the privatization of the water sector to ensure accessibility to clean water and sanitation with reasonable cost. The Saudi Water Partnership Company currently has a portfolio of 47 billion Saudi riyals in private investment, over 6 million cubic meters of daily desalinated water production, and over 1.2 million cubic meters of treated wastewater daily of commissioned and under execution plants. The investment portfolio includes water production, conveyance, strategic storage, wastewater treatment. Today, all of our CapEx investment, new production, pipelines, wastewater treatment plants and storage are all done by private sector through PPP model. Due to its achieving a leap of SDG 6.5.1 indicator, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been recently selected by the UN Water as SDG 6 country acceleration case study for integrated water resources management, and now published in the UN Water website. The Kingdom will continue to work with the world to face challenges and create new opportunities in the global water sectors and economies, including through hosting the Global Water Organization in its capital, Riyadh, the creation of the International Water Research Center, which is underway in terms of establishment, its international forums such as the Saudi Water Week and the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability Conference. Two important water prizes, Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Prize for Water, which is more than 20 years old international prize, and through the Saudi Water Authority, the Global Prize for Innovation in Water, which is an international beacon for cutting-edge water solutions, and has supported and funded more than 20 projects so far. And last but not least in these efforts is, of course, supporting the topic of water management in the G20 presidencies. To this effect, and with this summit highlighting interlinkages between water, economy, investment, and financing, the G20 presidency of South Africa can contemplate in its declaration a call for future G20 water working group. Thank you. And in the coming presidencies, of course, we need support of South Africa in subsequent presidencies also to lead the cause of water and tackling the actualization of G20 initiatives for water in investment and financing, which aligns with G20 mandate to promote global economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as Riyadh will be hosting the 11th World Water Forum in 2027, we look forward to participation of all in this journey, which started back in April of 25 with the first stakeholder engagement meeting. Second stakeholder engagement meeting will take place in April of 26, and the main event will be in March of 27 with a theme, Action for a Better Tomorrow. And I heard that some of our colleagues and the speeches this morning mentioned also the UN water conferences in 26 in UAE and in also 28. This is an ample opportunity to coordinate all international efforts because we do not have multi issues regarding water. We have one list, whether it is mentioned or addressed under UN conferences or under the UN World Water Forum. And I call upon our colleagues that we join hands and coordinate together the themes and issues between the World Water Forum, the UN conference in UAE, and beyond. With this, I thank you very much for your interest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Abdulaziz Al-Shaibani, Deputy Minister for Water of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now I am pleased to invite His Excellency Sheikh Shadbud bin Nayan Al Nayan, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, representing the President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Please join us. Thank you, His Excellency. You have the floor for your statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed my honor to begin by conveying the warmest greetings and highest regards of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. His Highness extends his deep respect and sincere appreciation to the government of South Africa, the Africa Union, the Commission, and all partners for their leadership in convening this important AU-AIP Water Investment Summit. This gathering comes at a decisive moment, not only for Africa, but for the world. Just over a year, the UAE, together with our dear friends from the Republic of Senegal, announced our intent to co-host the 2026 United Nations Water Conference. From day one, we committed to an inclusive, transparent, and consensus-driven preparatory process. Today, we stand with a milestone achievement. All 193 UN member states have agreed, by consensus, on the 6 themes of the conference's interactive dialogues. This is unprecedented in water diplomacy. It is a clear signal that the world is united on the urgency of water and ready to act. One of these themes, investments for water, lies at the heart of our ambition to achieve SDG 6, ensuring water and sanitation for all. But investment is more than finance alone. It is about mobilizing resources for the enablers of action, technology and innovation, capacity building, and transparent, reliable data. The challenge is immense. The World Bank estimates we need $6.7 trillion by 2030 and $22 trillion by 2050 to meet global water needs. Africa alone faces an annual gap of $30 billion. We will not close this with business as usual. We must unlock innovative financing, forge public-private partnership, create enabling policies, prepare robust, bankable projects, pipelines so that when capital is ready, projects are ready too. For the 2026 conference, our vision is that everyone is at the table. Governments, MDBs, private sectors, civil societies, and local actors turning dialogue into real deals, real commitments, and real impact. For the UAE, this is a legacy as well as a priority. In 2024, we launched the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative with an initial $150 million commitment, partnering with XPRIZE to drive affordable, sustainable desalination technologies. Our work builds on the vision of our founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who made water access a pillar of his humanitarian mission. Over 50,000 Zayed wells were built worldwide, more than half in Africa, serving millions to this day. Yet the urgency has never begun and been greater. 2.2 billion people still lack safe drinking water, 3.5 billion lack sanitation, and 2/3 of the world face water scarcity, 1 month of a year. This is not just a water crisis. It is a crisis for health, food security, climate resilience, in addition to peace and sustainability. In December 2026, the world will look to us. Let us deliver a conference that changes the trajectory of water in Africa and globally. Let us turn commitments into solutions and solutions into lasting change. My country is committed, and together with Africa's leadership and the partnership of all nations, we will deliver. I thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for your statement, contributions, and for sharing your views and solutions, but also for the strong call for the 2026 UN conference that Senegal is honored to co-host with United Arab Emirates. Now I am pleased to give the floor to Honorable William Dugget. I hope I pronounce the name correctly. Minister of Planning and Development of Barbados. Please, you have the floor, Honorable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished leaders. It is an honor to represent the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mayor Amor Motley at this pivotal meeting of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. I thank our colleagues from South Africa for their leadership in initiating this legacy project and for inviting Barbados to be part of this critical global conversation on water investment. The global water crisis is a reality that cannot be ignored. Over 2 billion people around the world still lack access to safely managed drinking water services. Furthermore, nearly 4 billion people face severe water scarcity for at least 1 month of the year. These statistics are not mere numbers. They represent human lives, livelihoods, and the future of our planet. Water, the most basic of human rights, is under threat, and it is imperative that we come together to secure it. The climate crisis is deeply intertwined with the water crisis. As temperatures rise and weather patterns become more unpredictable, droughts, floods, and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent, leaving communities vulnerable to devastating impacts of water scarcity. The evidence is clear. We cannot address the climate crisis without addressing the water crisis, and vice versa. Barbados, as a small island developing state, knows all too well the harsh reality of water scarcity. Despite being surrounded by the vast Atlantic Ocean, we face significant challenges in accessing fresh water for our citizens. Our reliance on rainfall, coupled with the growing threat of climate change, means that we must constantly innovate and adapt to secure a sustainable water future. The scarcity we face is not an abstract concept, it is a daily challenge for our people. This is why initiatives like the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments are so crucial. The Council provides a vital platform for action that will ensure that water remains a global priority. The task ahead is clear. We must build partnerships, mobilize investments, and sustain political momentum to sustain and secure water for all. Our commitment to SDG 6, Agenda 2063, and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda will be the foundation upon which we build a sustainable future. The Council, as part of its mission, will meet twice a year from 2025 to 2027, aligning key global events like COP30, the UN Water Conference in 2026, and major UN global finance processes. It is an opportunity to align the global water agenda with critical milestones, ensuring that water investments are prioritized on the global stage. This is not a one-time effort, but a sustained commitment to securing water for future generations. As we gather here today, it is essential to recognize the leadership of climate-vulnerable states in advocating for climate justice. Through initiatives like the Bridgetown Initiative and the V20, we are not only pushing for more equitable access to climate finance, but also calling for a transformative shift in the global financial architecture. The current system fails to address the unique vulnerabilities of SIDS and LDCs, where the impacts of climate change are felt most acutely. The Bridgetown Initiative is a clarion call to reimagine how the finances of the natures of the future and debt swaps, and ensuring the vulnerable countries are not left behind in the transition to a sustainable and resilient future. It is through the collective action, such as the Council, that we can amplify the voices of those most impacted and work towards true climate justice. As we convene to discuss water investments, let us take a moment to reaffirm that water is not just a commodity or a resource. It is a human right. The right to clean, accessible, and safe water is enshrined in international law, yet millions still suffer from its absence. This is a moral and ethical crisis. Water investments must not only focus on infrastructure, but also on equitable access for all. As we work together through the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, let us make it a priority to shift the narrative around water. We must ensure that water investments are designed with the needs of the most vulnerable in mind. Not that no one is excluded from the fundamental right to water. By doing so, we can create a world where every person, regardless of where they live, has the security of water as a basic human right, ensuring the health and dignity of future generations. In closing, as we move forward with the Global Outlook Council, let us remember that our work must be aligned with key global events that will shape the future. It is our hope that the Council's efforts will build momentum. Our collective goal is to ensure that the commitment to water remains unwavering and that it continues to be a central focus of global development. I urge each of you to support this movement with your work, advocacy, and creativity. Together, we can bridge the gap between climate, finance, and diplomacy to secure water for generations to come. This is our legacy, and it is a legacy we cannot afford to ignore. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Planning and Development of Barbados, Honorable William De Gucht, representing the Prime Minister of Barbados, His Excellency Maya Motley. I want now to give the floor to Dr. Jimmy Gazore, His Excellency Minister of Infrastructure of the Republic of Rwanda, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Rwanda. But before you start, I want to call Honorable Minister Inge Zamwami, Minister of Agriculture, Fishery, Water and Land Reforms of Namibia. If you are in the room, please join us here in the panel to take the floor after. Thank you. Please, Minister, you can go. Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, South Africa, Honorable Ministers, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to address this high-level summit on behalf of President Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and I extend a warm greeting from the people of Rwanda. I take this opportunity to commend the Republic of South Africa, the African Union, and the AIP International High-Level Panel for convening this landmark African Union Africa Water Investment Summit 2025. I also take this moment to applaud the hospitality of the South African people and the South African government. This summit comes at a pivotal moment in Africa's development journey where water security, climate resilience, and inclusive growth intersect. It is also uniquely positioned within South Africa's G20 presidency, offering a historic opportunity for Africa to shape global conversations on sustainable water investment and climate action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in honoring the continental commitment, the Republic of Rwanda aligns itself firmly with the commitment expressed in the Nairobi Declaration on climate change and on the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy 2022-2032. These frameworks rightly place water at the heart of Africa's climate and development agenda. Water is life. In Africa, it is also the key to unlocking agricultural transformation, powering green industries, improving public health, and enabling our youth and women to participate in meaningful and economic of the future. Without sustained investment in water systems, our ambitions for Agenda 2063, the SDGs, and the climate resilience remain unattainable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa currently faces an annual water investment gap of 30 billion annually. Bridging this gap is not just a financial necessity, it is a moral imperative. It is about restoring dignity to our people, ensuring that no child walks a mile for water, and that no mother fears disease from unsafe sanitation. We welcome these summits focus on turning political will into actionable financial commitments. Rwanda commends the emphasis on project matchmaking, policy reform, and institutional partnerships, and fully supports the development of a summit declaration on water investment to guide continental and global engagement. As Rwanda, we come to this summit with concrete contributions. We have submitted 3 strategic water and sanitation projects aimed at improving water and sanitation service delivery, enhancing resilience, and contributing to the continental goals. These projects exemplify our commitment to sustainable, climate-smart solutions that are ready for investment. We invite partners here today, public, private, and philanthropic, to join us in advancing them to a scale. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Rwanda recognizes the capital alone is not sufficient. To attract and retain investment, we must also focus on governance, transparency, and regulatory reforms. Rwanda continues to implement reforms that improve efficiency, accountability, and performance in the water and sanitation sector. We echo the summit's objective of strengthening governance and promoting policy reforms. We must build institutional environments that de-risk investment, foster public-private partnerships, and ensure value for money. Importantly, we must also empower our communities, especially women and youth, as custodians and beneficiaries of water services. This summit is more than a platform. It is a launchpad for real, immeasurable, and transformable achievement. We are encouraged by the ambitions 2030 impact targets, including leveraging 30 billion in investments, reaching 250 million people with resilient water and sanitation services, creating 1 million direct jobs and 4 million indirect jobs, particularly for vulnerable groups. These are not just numbers. These are lives improved, futures secured, and communities empowered. Rwanda is proud to be part of this continental movement. We believe that by investing in water, we are investing in peace, we are investing in prosperity, and in the dignity of our people. Let us act boldly, together, and without delay. In closing, I reaffirm Rwanda's full support for the African Union AIP Water Investment Summit and its long-term goals. We look forward to working with all stakeholders present to deliver lasting, inclusive, and climate-resilient solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jimmy Gazore, Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda, speaking on behalf of the President Paul Kagame. Thank you very much. Now, I am pleased to give the floor to Mohamed Yaslim Beizat, Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Issues, representing His Excellency Brahim Gali, President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Please take the floor.
Her Excellency Pimi Majudina, Honorable Pimi Majiduna, Minister of Water and Sanitation of the Sister Republic of South Africa, Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates. Allow me first, and before everything else, to express my deep gratitude and deep appreciation for the kind invitation we received from the Sister Republic of South Africa, and to express also our deep appreciation for His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and to express also deep appreciation for our sister and colleague, Honorable Pimi Majudina, Minister of Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, for the kind invitations they have granted to us to attend this very important summit. Our brothers and sisters in South Africa have successfully and brilliantly succeeded in hosting and in organizing this August summit. But also, they have honored us, the Africans, through putting the agenda of African development and African water issues right there in the agenda of G20 that they are hosting this year. We want to express our deep gratitude in the name of all African countries for these tireless efforts of our sisters and brothers in the government of the Republic of South Africa. Water is a very vital and important issue, extremely important. It's not only an issue of socio-economic development. It's not an issue of human rights. It's not only the condition sine qua non. There is no human reality to be lived. Water have developed to be a matter of national security. The stability and the peace and the security and the existence of the humankind is based mainly and for the enough water, potable water, but also water for many purposes. For these reasons, the African Union have gave a very important place in its agenda for the water development and the sanitation for our continent. And African countries have did a lot of efforts and investment to the betterment of the water infrastructure in our continent. Because there is no life without water. There is no agriculture or food production that is possible without water. Industries also is not possible without water. Even the mining and the extraction of mines, it's impossible without water. The very stability and political stability, socio-economic cohesion is also based on the enough water for all the citizens. In this regard, water have to become priority number one in the social economic programs, development programs for our governments for the coming future. And it's a commodity that is being scarce, and it's affected more every year with the climate change and the impact of climate change and the desertification which our countries in North Africa and in Central Africa are facing every year worse than the year before. It's increasingly coming, the drought and the desertification is eating more of Arab lands and affecting the causing many new phenomena of migration inside the countries. And the Sahara is eating a big part of our continent and causing many political and economic stability. And many of these conflicts you are seeing in Africa and in the Sahel, it's rooted, are going back to the desertification, to the lack of water and the lack of investment in water resources. I want to congratulate the government of South Africa for the successful conference, and we wish this conference can take the necessary decisions and reach the conclusions that aiming at to mobilize enough investment and the necessary investment to the betterment of the water resources and the water infrastructure to serve the peoples of our continent and those of the world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Mohamed Yaslem Bezat, Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Issues of the Sahrawi Democratic Republic, speaking on behalf of Brahim Gali, the President of the Republic, of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Thank you very much. Now I am pleased to give the floor to His Excellency Inge Zamwami, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform of Namibia. Please, Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Thank you.
For the floor. I am speaking on behalf of Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, who unfortunately could not make it here due to other equally national commitments at home. But I have a short statement to deliver on her behalf, and allow me to read as is. Firstly, allow me to commend the government of the Republic of South Africa for hosting us during its G20 presidency, the first ever to be held on the African soil, and under the fitting theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Today we meet with a singular purpose: to close Africa water investment gap per annum of $30 billion US. And in so doing, to lay the foundation for a continent that is water secure, climate resilient, and economically empowered. Water is not merely a developmental sector. It is the bloodstream of our economies, the lifeline of our communities, and the guarantor of our food, health, and energy security. Across Africa, we know the agency. Too many communities still lack access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation. Too many farmers still depend on rain-fed agriculture. And at the same time, rain has become more and more unpredictable. Too many industries still face operational risk due to lack of water. Without decisive actions, this gap would widen under the pressure of climate change, population growth, and urbanization. Water supply security has long been recognized as a strategic national priority in Namibia. This commitment was powerfully demonstrated by our late President, Dr. Hage G. Geingob, who was a founding member of the high-level panel co-chair, who established back at home Cabinet Committee on Water Supply Security to fast-track decisions and coordinate national efforts on this critical agenda. Under his leadership, Namibia secured substantial investment for water infrastructure, including concessional financing from the African Development Bank and the KfW under the German International Aid. These investments are funding projects that expand access, strengthen resilience, and ensure that water remains a driver of inclusive growth, economic stability, and climate adaptation for all Namibians. Under this current financial year, we have allocated close to $5 billion, Namibian dollars, from our own national resources and have secured additional billions in concessional loans from our partners, such as the African Development and KfW, for water and sanitation projects. We are also advancing our public-private partnership for strategic infrastructure, including a new desalination plant, which will be the second in Namibia, to serve both mining and domestic needs. This summit is a call to action. Let us move beyond declarations to concrete commitments. Commitments that will be measured not in documents, but in the number of people gaining access to safe drinking water. Will be measured in the hectares of farmland irrigated, in the megawatts of clean hydropower generated, and in the resilience of our cross-border water governance systems. The expected outcome of this gathering, from multi-billion-dollar investment pledges to the inauguration of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investment, will only have meaning if we, as leaders, ensure their implementations. Africa's admission into the G20 has given us a rare platform to speak with one voice. Let us use that voice to place water at the very heart of the global development and climate agenda, not as a background issue, but as a strategic driver of shared prosperity. In closing, I urge all of us, policymakers, financiers, civil society, and the private sector, to seize this moment. Let us align our political will with financial muscles. Let us build the partnership that will transform Africa's water future. And let us ensure that when history looks back at the Cape Town Water Investment Summit in August 2025, it will say, this was the moment Africa turned the tide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Inge Zamwami, Minister of Agriculture, Fishery, Water and Land Reform of Namibia. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the panelists for the commitments and declarations that we have heard that not only reflect a strong political will of head of states of governments, but also firm commitments to making water and working together for making water a source of prosperity, shared prosperity and development for all. So thank you very much for sharing your views in the name of head of states and the governments. From these contributions that we have heard, it is clear that Africa stands at the historic crossroad to make universal access to water and sanitation a lever for development, resilience, and prosperity. Meeting global objectives, including SDG 6, requires an enabling environment, predictable and diversified financing, appropriate innovations, a massive strengthening of capacity and inclusive governance. The global investment gap in water, estimated at $6.7 trillion by 2030, is a colossal challenge, but also a strategic opportunity for Africa to stimulate employment, food security, peace, and stability. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, calls for a systemic transformations based on innovative financing mechanisms, the deployment of cutting-edge technologies, and capacity building through South-South, North-South, and triangular partnerships. The mobilization of all stakeholders, governments, the private sector, financial institutions, civil society, youth and communities is essential to build ambitious coalitions for action. By placing water at the heart of development and investment strategies, Africa can not only accelerate the achievement of SDG 6, but also strengthen its positions in the global agenda, while contributing to both the 2030 Agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. So thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you to the panelists for the strong, very powerful commitments and declarations. And I invite you to take the picture, and then I will give the floor to Alex for wrapping up. Thank you.
How are you, my dear sister? So good to see you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for moderating this. Yes. Please.
Pemi, you should be with us. Please.
Yes, Minister.
You know that we like your, your beautiful, please.
Yes, the host.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Even if cloud is not gathering yet, but you can. Thank you.
So you are in the
Can be at the
new
same-
post.
yes,
Please,
thank
let me-
you. Thank you.
I knew your
Can be at the
predecessor.
same-
Yeah. Yes, my dear sister. Yes, thank you very
Please.
much. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur le ministre. Merci. J'ai écouté avec beaucoup d'attention.
اهلا شكرا 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 وانت كذلك والله
How are you? I have been in your conference at that time. Yes, very good. You enjoyed it in Georgetown, of course.
We have some, Mr. President. All right, that was the second Heads of State Roundtable. I think a round of applause again to our leaders as they go. We come to the close of this session, representing their heads of states who have communicated officially that they would have loved to be here, but due to other prior commitments, they couldn't be here in person.
but formally requested the leaders who have just left to represent them. So what's going to happen now, as you know, we are running out of time. And you must be wondering to say what's going to happen, because we lost a bit of time in the morning. So we are now going to have the next plenary, the final one for the day, plenary 3 on financing models here in the next 20 minutes, 5:30 to be precise. It is going to be here. The colleagues that are in the matchmaking sessions right now, where they are pitching projects, will all come back here to the final plenary. Then there's an adjustment on the agenda. There was supposed to be a ministerial and investor briefing at 6:30, 18:30 today. But because we are running over time and we realize that some of our leaders arrived this morning, traveling overnight, we want to also give time for our leaders to rest. So we will reschedule the ministerial and investor briefing, and will communicate in due course when this is going to take place, but it will not be today, so that we give our leaders, investors as well, time to also rest, and then we'll take it up tomorrow after we have had some additional consultations. So for now, we have a few minutes to drink some coffee, rest, drink some water, catch some fresh air, shake hands, exchange cards, and we will come back here shortly. I can see our moderator is already in the room, the Secretary General of Ramsar Convention, Dr. Musonda Mumba, who will be leading us. Thank you very much.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make we know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone, wanna hold you tight, but I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it.
Thank you very much. May we all settle down. This is the home run. We are now going to our final plenary for the day, our final panels discussion for the day. And as you heard from Alex, that we've moved things a little bit, so there won't be that high-level ministerial, but it will be discussed. It will be advised when we can have it. But we're going to talk about how to showcasing Africa's innovative financing in the sector and their structuring. And that session is moderated by Dr. Musonda Mumba, who is the Secretary General of the Convention on Wetlands, otherwise known as RAMSA. So she will be moderating the session, but I also invite her here to come and talk maybe a little bit about what they do at RAMSA and then get into the panel discussion. Dr. Mumba.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you very much. And to the distinguished panelists, I'm really, really excited to be here with you. I'm the Secretary General of the Convention on Wetlands, based in Switzerland, hosted by the Swiss government. And I'm really, really excited to be moderating this interesting and very amazing panel. As a convention, we are, of course, in the business of water, because we talk about natural infrastructure or natural capital, which in this case are wetlands, lakes, rivers, wetlands of diverse spaces across 173 countries, of which South Africa is a contracting party. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just joined as a contracting party, and we work with partners such as the World Bank because of looking at wetlands and cities and why do they matter? Because most of these wetlands are actually for the very conversation we're going to have on infrastructure. So I'm going to go back to my seat so that I can look my panelists into the eyes, and I very much look forward to this discussion. Thank you. So I am really very happy to have this distinguished list of speakers on my panel. Dr. Sean Phillips, who is the Director General, Department of Water and Sanitation for South Africa, welcome. And right next to him is Mr. Mohammed Salah Al-Hadi, Vice President of the Business Development and Growth of the Saudi Water Partnership Company. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
And then we also have right next to him Mr. Amin Idris, the Senior Director, Infrastructure and Energy at the African Union Development Agency. Welcome. And right after, last but not the least, of course, we have Dr. Diego Rodriguez, who is the lead water economist for Eastern and Southern Africa with the World Bank. So I'm really excited. Welcome, mucho gusto. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we're going to start with the example of South Africa, because we are here and South Africa is the G20 president. We heard in the last panel really amazing conversations and statements that talked about why investing in water matters. Now here we're having a really deep dive into municipalities and why investment matters in municipalities. And you, Dr. Phillips, are going to be able to give us an insight into how the South Africa story works. Why is it relevant to have water investment in South Africa? And then you tell us a little bit more about the process and some of the challenges. Then I'll ask you some questions later. Okay. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. In South Africa, municipalities are able to raise finance in the market. They're able to borrow. And they're also able to enter into public-private partnerships. But there's very few such partnerships happening, and municipalities aren't borrowing enough money to meet the needs that they have for investment in water. Why? We think it's because that there's certain institutional and governance problems which are resulting in the current situation, which are preventing greater levels of investment and more private sector participation. The first is that revenue from the sale of water at municipal level is not ring-fenced for the water function. Municipalities can take a lot of that revenue and allocate it to other functions. The second problem is that there's a very high level of non-revenue water in the municipalities, which results in insufficient revenue streams to finance private sector investments. And in addition to revenue not being ring-fenced, often the management functions aren't ring-fenced either, so the head of the water and sanitation unit in the municipality doesn't have responsibility over everything they need to have responsibility for. And that department just gets a budget every year which is not related to the amount of revenue collected. So there aren't the right institutional and governance arrangements for the heads of those units to maximize revenue collection, which is a prerequisite for greater levels of private sector investment. So the key reforms are required in our country at municipal level to ring-fence revenue from the sale of water and create single-point accountability. And those are prerequisites to getting increased investment in the water sector from outside of the fiscus, from the private sector and development finance institutions.
And what would those key reforms look like?
Well, in South Africa, we have different spheres of government. Municipalities, local government is a separate sphere with its own elected representatives. So in that regard, municipalities have the right to make decisions themselves. So we can't tell municipalities that they must all create municipal entities or they must all implement concessions. But what we can do in terms of our constitution is require all municipalities to meet a minimum level of service. And we've introduced legislation in Parliament which strengthens our ability to ensure a minimum level of service. And one of those aspects of ensuring a minimum level of service is to say that they must properly ring-fence the service provider function so that there can be this single point accountability and so that we can start moving towards ring-fencing of revenue from the sale of water.
That's super interesting. And you mentioned something that's very important, that this is actually anchored within the Constitution of South Africa. I want to go to Dr. Rodriguez at the very end, because he's in the banking world, the World Bank, which we know is investing in these kind of water investments. You're based here in South Africa, as I understand, focusing on East and Southern Africa. And just listening and really seeing from your side, from the South African story, the kind of investments, water investments, how would you compare that and why is it relevant to actually have this kind of investments? And maybe if you can just give us an example.
The last part?
The last part is, so if you can even give us an example. So here we heard the South African story, and in comparing maybe another country, how has that kind of investment in this water investment been done?
Yes, thanks. No, I think that one of the main things that we have seen probably in the last 5 years is this notion that we have an increasing financial gap. We have in Sub-Saharan Africa is actually the only region in the world in which the water supply and sanitation services have been declining, and there was a need to come up with solutions that can be scaled up, right? So we've been working with an array of different products or instruments that actually address some critical aspects. The first one, and we call them multi-phase approach projects. There's also this notion of performance for results programs that are more trying to ensure that we have efficiency in the public spending, and that's one of the projects that we have in preparation here in South Africa. And also this notion of regional initiatives. One in particular, for example, is one that we have now ongoing in implementation, that is on accelerating water and sanitation services access in East and Southern Africa. And it's this notion that you engage in a longer term commitment and project through phases, but with a notion that you have a commitment over 10, 15 years to engage with a certain number of countries that have a common objective, but of course have their own implementation challenges. And through these MPAs, this one that we have now in the water sector, we have already 12 countries that are part of it. And it's very important because this allows us also to pool funding from many multilateral development banks and private sector that joins the effort or the regional effort. So in this case, the bank is putting $1 billion and we are trying to leverage around 1.7 billion from private sector and commercial banks and other multilateral development banks. And there is also a very interesting aspect that we are seeing is that, and this comes also as part of the summit from Addis Abeba that was a couple of years ago, that basically there's an endorsement that we need to go beyond a very traditional sector approach, and we have to endorse this notion of system-wide approaches and cross-sectorality. So in the case of this particular MPA, we are addressing obviously the issue of access, but the project also puts a lot of the efforts, particularly on the first 4 or 5 years of the project, to address the governance bottlenecks. How do we create the enabling environment that is required before you start with investments? It also provides incentives for service provision, which is something that we are doing here with the program for results. If you make changes on your governance structure, you will get rewarded for that. We have also a strong focus on bringing private capital mobilization once enabling conditions are in place.
Right.
And then this aspect of resilient strategies in which the cross-sectoral aspects of water become a critical component of the design of the program. So it's not only about access, but it's also about transboundary aquifers, aquifer management. It's about nature-based solutions in systems. Right. So you are forced to bring other sectors into the equation that helps you also with your business case.
So I like the last point that you make, that taking into account nature-based solutions, but also having a whole of government, a whole of society approach. And what I find very interesting is this long-term commitment, because not so long ago we were doing this very short-term kind of project planning. And I'm really happy you talk about systems approach. And let's go to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because not only are you in a dry land region, and thankfully the Kingdom of Saudi just joined our convention, the Convention on Wetlands. I was very excited to visit. But when I visited Farsan, as I mentioned to you, Mr. Al-Hadi, I had the opportunity to see, all this desalinization. I come from a landlocked country, Zambia. I've never seen one, and I was very fascinated. So your company, and for this summit, you are a G20 country. But for the purposes of this summit, we particularly are interested in really finding out how your company actually looks at bundling this project, the systems approach that we heard, and making sure that you meet the national goals and targets. How do you do that as the kingdom?
So if we will take it as a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the whole ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the waters have been in a huge transformation. And we are developing year by year as well. And the most important, you need to understand what's the Saudi Arabia working regarding the water. If you will see the value chain of the water in Saudi Arabia, we have been cut it to multiple companies and the institution who's responsible about the production, the transmission, who's responsible about the distribution, collection, and the reused water as well. All of these have been in a multiple entities' responsibility. Among all of top of that, we have been or Saudi Arabia have been created the privatization arm, which is my company, Saudi Water Partnership Company. And this have been created 23 years ago. It's not a new one. However, it have been transformed in a multiple stages because we are extremely flexible to adapt what's going on in the world. And if you will see the strategies we have it in Saudi Arabia, and which is the most important regarding that one, we realize that importance of the private investment. And our new strategy is basically very clear. All of the CAPEX instruction, it's for the desalination, it's going to be by the private sector. And this is almost, we started 3 to 4 years ago regarding that one. And it's not about the money, to be fair. The money is there. It's basically about the governance, the structure, the transparency, and the information exchange. In Saudi Arabia, we listen to our partner, we listen to our investors and that one. And that's, we will see every year between 3 to 4 projects, actually we do it through the private sector. And not only the desalination. Desalination, it's that just one asset. We work in 4 assets extra that have been funded by the private sector. And the most important about that, as we listen to our partner, and that's one. It's about the governance we do it, the tariff structure, the guarantees we provided to them. And the most important, it's the fair allocation we have been put it between all of the stakeholders, where we're talking about the government itself, we're talking about the lenders, the financial institution, and the end user. We have been mentioned about the revenue, which is the revenue not collected, and all of that. This is all it should have been done to the Saudi Arabia before. But we learn from that one. We have been working a huge plans to actually secure that one. We have the same issues like the other countries. The only thing that we step up and we move forward. And we are flexible to adapt any changes in that regard.
Very interesting. Now you talk about this interesting transact along the way, making sure that communication is happening.
It is.
And also you're talking about the end user, because a lot of times, people are not quite aware of these processes and extremely confused. I want to come back to you on that a little bit later. I want to come to you, Director Idris. The African Union Development Agency, many people have heard about it. Some people know about it, but many don't know what it does. So, if you were to explain, particularly to young people, why this agency matters for Africa in relation to the topic that we're having around infrastructure and water investment.
Actually, it's a very interesting question, because when Diego was speaking about the regional dimension of the WASH, with the 12 countries for the NPA, he did not mention that we are the ones who are implementing that on behalf of the bank. Maybe he's not aware. He is.
Sorry,
but the question is actually very good, because it means that ODA-NEPAD is not very well known. We have just actually finalized it with the World Bank a negotiation. So we are going to support the 12 countries, especially to ensure that questions around governance are fixed. And that goes exactly to who we are. As a development agency for the African Union, we basically do 3 things. Number 1, we execute, let's say, we transform decisions into actions. That's actually our role. So member states make decisions, political decisions, continental frameworks, and we are the ones who translate them into action. You have that for infrastructures like the PIDA, Program for Infrastructures Development in Africa, for instance, that we are implementing, or the Continental Power System Master Plan, the CMP, which actually aims to connect the entire African continent through a continental transmission and transport system for electricity. Number 2, we fix as well governance and policies struggles, policies issues. We work specifically with the RECs, because as you know, most of the I would say national policies are derived from the RECs, or there is bottom-up approach, but also top-down approach. But in any case, the role of the regional economic communities are important, and we are the ones who actually are supporting the RECs to make sure that continental policies are translated into regional framework, and whenever there is a problem as well within the countries, we try to align. So for instance, for the WASH, we are working actually with the countries for all the water. The AIP, Africa Investment Program, is an ODA-NEPAD program. We are the ones actually who come with this program. And then finally, we prepare and de-risk projects, and this is important. We have an internal mechanism called Service Delivery Mechanism that we avail to our member states, for instance, for all the PIDA projects, for the Continental Power System master plan projects, or even for the WASH, the project actually we are undertaking with the World Bank, we are going to work directly with the countries while we will ensure that all the governance and policy issues are addressed properly. In parallel, when they have projects that actually need proper project definition, proper pre-feasibility, proper feasibility, and we avail actually to them the capacity to make sure that we reach a certain level that will make these projects bankable. Bankable per se as a project, but bankable as well within the environment in which they are operating. So that's actually the essence of the role of ODA-NEPAD, and that's actually who we are.
That's important, and really thank you so much for really flagging the element of bankable project. And as you're seated right next to Dr. Rodriguez, he did mention this issue of efficiency, and because we talk about nature-based solutions, here we are in an incredibly diverse continent. Some countries are experiencing drought. Like I said, I'm from Zambia. We just had a COP in Zimbabwe. It had the worst drought, this region, SADC in particular, the worst in 43 years. When you talk about investing in water infrastructure, what lessons are you drawing? And I come back to you, Director Idris, in relation to dealing with these changes, very dramatic changes, such as climate change, and how you invest in WASH as a sector, but also in the natural infrastructure where the water is coming from.
Is a question for Diego
for you.
Or for me?
It's a question for you. Maybe I have thrown you off.
He wants me to answer.
He was. Dr. Rodriguez, would you be interested in addressing this as a bank?
Yeah, let's start by him.
Yes.
First.
So when you look at the investments, I mean, we're looking at these extreme weather events.
Yeah.
And you are looking at investing in obviously the WASH sector, but we're looking at extreme events where there's just too less water. Here we are in Cape Town, which not so long ago had day zero. Yeah. And how do you make sure that this investment takes into account, you talked about efficiencies. Yeah. How are we efficient in making sure that we're investing in the right projects at a time when change is unpredictable?
Yeah. No, that's a very important question, and I think it relates very much to what I was saying about the system-wide approaches. And I can give you another example of what we are doing in Botswana. And I think we heard today from the president the issues of droughts that they face. There was a package, we have, a lot of these client countries, we have master plans for water supply, water sanitation, irrigation, all these master plans. The question is, once you combine all those master plans, do you have enough water for every sector or not, right? So what we do is we shift from saying we're going to analyze this very sector-specific intervention on water supply in part A of a country or part B, to saying that we need to look at all of your investments, look at what are the conditions today on your water system, how it's being managed, bring all of the proposed investments in the future, whether it could be a dam or a sanitation facility or non-revenue water, nature-based solutions, bring them together, and basically what we call is these resilient investments.
Yes.
We prioritize investments with more than one criteria, not one financial criteria, not one economic criteria, but we bring resilience metrics, reliability metrics, efficiencies in the system, and we can prioritize the portfolio of investments that will bring robustness to your system, and we identify under which conditions your system will fail in the future. What are those tipping points? Is it demand increase? Is it temperature change? Is precipitation? By how much? And by when you need to bring a new set of interventions in the future.
Okay.
So
that's a really, thank you so much for that point about, understanding the tipping points. Director Idris, before I come to you, hold that thought. I want to come here to Dr. Phillips, because obviously municipalities are dealing with these tipping points. So there are specific challenges, and you did mention the constitutional arrangements that exist in South Africa. How do you deal with these challenges in South Africa?
Well, the municipalities are really struggling to deal with the challenges of climate change, for example, because they're struggling to deliver services well and to stop the services from deteriorating. Even if there wasn't climate change, they would still be struggling. So our initial focus is on dealing with the basics. And in a way, by dealing with the basics, by improving the maintenance of their infrastructure, that on its own will already make them more resilient to climate change.
But then how do you make these municipalities able to access financing or be investable, so to speak?
The key thing is to address the institutional and governance challenges. In South Africa, we have a very well-developed financial sector. We have a lot of money in the country looking for good investment opportunities. If and when we implement these reforms and we then have professionally run, well-governed, capacitated bodies in municipalities, departments or entities running the function with ring-fenced secure revenues, the banks and pension funds will be queuing up for opportunities to invest. And the reason for that is because the pension funds see water as a very safe and secure investment. It's an ideal investment for pension funds because people will always need water. So the revenue streams from water are amongst the most secure revenue streams in any sector, in any business. So the challenge is for government to make it attractive for those pension funds to invest. From our engagements with the financial institutions, with pension funds, there's a huge willingness to invest, but we have to bring bankable projects to the market, which means the revenue streams must be secure, which means they must be ring-fenced.
So have you actually presented such a project to a pension fund before?
Yes. Well, it's not for us to present, it's for the municipalities to present.
Correct. I meant the municipalities, indeed.
Some municipalities are successfully getting private sector investment, but it tends to be the municipalities where they can prove to the investors that their revenues are secure. If you're in a municipality like the City of Johannesburg currently has problems in its electricity department, there's financial problems there. The revenue from the sale of water is not ring-fenced. So revenue from the sale of water is being taken to fill the problems, to address the problems in the electricity department, which means that the municipality it's very difficult for the municipality to bring bankable water projects to the market because they can't show that the revenues from the sale of water are secured.
Right, that's a really interesting and very important example. I want to come back to you, Director Idris. You know, you started first by saying that you, as the AUD, actually make sure that you move from, and I think the lady from Namibia made a statement that was very interesting, that say, we want to go beyond statements, we want to go beyond declarations, and we're going for action, 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 action. And so in listening to what Dr. Rodriguez talked about in relation to these tipping points and how investments are done, what are your thoughts on that?
In fact, this is where our main instrument, which is the service delivery mechanism that we avail to our member states, come on board. And for any infrastructure projects, but not only infrastructures, even industrial development projects, we usually recommend to our member states to connect with us very early. Why it's important? Because for a project to be properly implemented, it needs what we call preparation. Unfortunately, in our continent, to get the resources to undertake the project preparation itself requires, I would say, a prior work, which what we call in Northern NEPAD early project preparation. And that one is already a lot of investments. We need to start with the project to make sure that we pose the appropriate diagnosis. That's one of the reasons why most of the projects actually are not well organized, because we don't spend enough time to identify the project. So the project identification step is extremely important. Second step, we need to make sure that everything related to the quality of the governance of the environment itself, not only about the project, is also clear. And that's what actually we are doing. And then thirdly, for a project actually to succeed, you need an initial set of capacity that member states or the institution actually managing the project, especially if it's a complex project, don't necessarily have. It's not even about technical capacity. I will speak about simple capacity like proper coordination between various ministries as well, or sharing information. So in order to move from, I would say, speeches to action, for us in ODANEPAD, we usually deploy the service delivery mechanism, and we avail that to our member states. So far, we have been quite successful. If you look at actually the number of the PIDA projects that we have been capable of pushing from an idea of project actually to what we call, we have completed project feasibility. It's quite interesting, and we are doing that without much resources. We usually tap into the resources from the member states, and we help them actually to build their internal capacity, and that's the best approach. Investing into early project preparation is actually key if you want to unlock resources to move to project preparation phase. And this is actually where we have the biggest problem in Africa. And I will conclude by saying that that is the reason why most of the infrastructure projects, being in water, in energy, in ICT, in transport, in digital, and now very soon in the AI actually sector, are failing because this step, the early project preparation, is not being handled properly, and no one, including the DFIs, want to invest into this step. Unless we really take this stage very seriously, we would be still struggling to unlock resources for project preparation. And without project preparation, there is no one who come to invest into the project, being actually private sector or even public sector.
I know it's been a very long day for many people, but I'm very curious to ask one more question with you, Director Idris. So are there countries on the African continent that, in your assessment as the AU Development Agency, that have really moved way ahead upstream and are doing very well in that, segment, so that they can teach other countries, so that you can pair countries to learn from each other?
Yeah, I would say we don't rank countries per se. We are a diplomatic organization, right? So
no, I totally understand. The reason I'm
but
asking
at
that...
the same time, we know, I would say, what we usually do, we know countries that are doing well, we ask them to share experience with other countries. So basically, most of the countries that are doing well in terms of project preparations are the countries that have invested into creating a national agency for project development. Most of those countries. You can take, actually, let's say, South Africa, you can take Rwanda, you can take Cote d'Ivoire, for instance. Those countries are really moving ahead. You can take Ethiopia. They are capable of actually implementing their project. I think they are a little bit more efficient than the others. The reason is that they have invested into building the capacity, and they build this capacity through a national agency in charge of project development. And that's extremely important. If you have, and that's actually what we are saying to most of our member states, you want to move the needle, invest into a national office that will handle project development. It can be, and it must be very specific, by the way.
Yes.
It shouldn't be a national development board. It should be an office dedicated to project development, specifically handling early project preparation and project preparation. That's key. So we have countries that actually have this expertise, and we are taking them to other countries. And I would say, thanks God, there are countries that started to listen. For the last, actually, 3 years, many countries came to us and said, we want to create, and we supported them to create that. That's number one. Number two, you have as well regions that are quite successful in moving projects. Why? Because they understand as well that there are three I would say, criteria that must be made. First, they need, again, a regional organization that will help them to coordinate. And this regional organization or regional agency must be a treaty-based agency. In East Africa, you have the CTT-FA, which handle actually what we call the Central Corridor, leaving from Tanzania going to the DRC, for instance. It's one of the most effective corridors. And then the SADC region have learned from them. They are now creating as well the agency for the North-South corridor. Because when you have this treaty-based organization that coordinates, it helps a lot. It helps not only to coordinate, but also to build capacity. That's actually, and then thirdly, I would say, again, and this is extremely important for either the regional agency that handle projects to work, or for the national agency that handles as well project preparation to work. It shouldn't be just about the creation. It should really go through what I call the parliamentarian approach or way, so that it become part of the national law. You know, so that they are quite independent, they are quite autonomous, their budget are not actually linked to political struggles and to political changes. This is extremely important. When you have those, and experience have shown that those countries that have actually made this political decision and they went through this direction, they are, I would say, a little bit more successful than the others, and we are capable of moving with them their national projects, being in PIDA or being in the CMP or in any other actually sector.
I see you nodding your head. Did you want to react to that?
No.
Okay. I know that it's been an incredibly long day, but I have one question for all of you. I mean, we're talking about water, which comes from nature, you know, the gift of water. And these natural assets, like wetlands, are the natural infrastructure that provide this water. In your mind, how can we seek finance? And I want to start with you, Mr. Al-Hadi. How can we seek finance to invest in the nature that is providing this water?
Keep in your mind there's a scarcity of water. And that's where the investment actually started in that one. Yes, there is a natural resources, but each country, each continent have its own needs regarding that water. Again, the money is there. The money is always there. It's always about the regulation, about the legislation, about the governance, about the transparency, about sharing the information. I will say in Saudi Arabia we have been achieved that one. I think it's one of the unique success we had been done in my company, where we have been shared what we call it 7 years statement plan, whereas we have been put all of the project, but not only the project, the details of each project, which year, with the operation, what's the requirement even, and which region it's going to be done. That's a project. And that's transparency, give actually our partner investors the time to look and to pick and choose which investment they need to go. And that's, if you will see, we are a very dry country.
And what is your message to the ministers that are here at this summit?
My message actually basically be transparent as much as you can.
Okay.
Don't look for the money is there always. Just listen to exactly from who's gonna give you the money. And we have been listening, even in Saudi Arabia, just 1 year ago, we have been change our, let's say, approach when we go to the investor by giving each project. Let's say we always do evaluation for the investors every time. Then we listen from them, guys, you have a big portfolio.
Right.
Can you change that one? We did actually. We are giving every quarter now 2 years validation of that because of the amount of the project we have and that one. And not only that one, we have been launched our privatization mandate or system in Saudi Arabia. Everybody can look at it and learn from it. And in that privatization, we explain exactly about the planning, feasibility study, the value for money we are investing in that one. And this is a public information. Everybody can use and have a benefits of how can actually who's doing that one and customize it to your needs.
Yeah. The power of the big T, transparency.
Exactly.
Dr. Rodriguez, your thoughts on investment in nature-based solutions?
Nature-based solutions.
And the message to the ministers here at the summit.
Okay. So on nature-based solutions, you know, I was lucky enough in the 90s to work on the establishment of the first water fund in Ecuador 10 years ago. No? And since then, I was involved in several initiatives in Latin America. One thing that I think is crucial with nature-based solutions, or a couple of things, is first, do not treat the investments in nature-based solutions in isolation from the planning from the utilities or water users associations or whatever governance mechanism is in place. They should be fully integrated, right? So we need to have the capacity to compare the investments, the cost and the benefits to society, to environment of gray solutions and the nature-based solutions in one particular investment framework to make a business case. Right? The second one is clarity on the institutional challenge. When you incorporate nature-based solutions, and I had experiences, all of a sudden it's no longer the responsibility of the Ministry of Water or a water utility.
Right.
It's a responsibility of the Ministry of Urban or the Ministry of Environment. How do you have those arrangements in place? The third one is the arrangements on the operation and maintenance. Who pays for that, and whether it's part of your tariff structures and how it's going to be maintained, whether the tipping points are ensured that the maintenance is continuous, because you are trying to secure you're trying to ensure a secure flow, whether it's on quality or on quantity. And anyone that finances this type of investments has to have that insurance. On the message, I'm going to quote, when I started in the World Bank, quite a long time ago, there was a World Development Report, very big, these 300-page reports on service delivery in the world. And I have one quote for the entire report that I think shapes a lot of the discussions here. And that quote says, "Don't fix the pipes, fix the institutions that fix the pipes."
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Don't fix the pipes. Thank you. Fix the institutions.
Mandela.
That's Nelson Mandela. Thank you. That's fantastic. Yes, a 300-page report. I'm not sure that the ministers would read that. They just want you to hit the nail on the head. Give us the directions. Director Idris, what are your thoughts on investing in the nature-based solutions, and a message for the ministers here?
I think for us in Odanepat, we use, when it comes to nature-based solutions, first, there must be, all the solutions must be treated as proper infrastructures, and this is extremely important. They are not just nice to have, so we must actually quantify them. We must make sure that we know what we are talking about. The second aspect, make sure that and this is actually what we are suggesting, we have to anchor a payer, because this is extremely important. Otherwise, you just make an investment and people will think that it's just given. Of course, to make sure as well in terms of investment must not be just either public or private. You necessarily must actually go for blending. This is extremely important. But bundle as well, I think, and I agree with Diego on that, green and gray is extremely important. And then finally, I think that it's important to really keep a very specific approach for measurements, evaluation, making sure that you really assess what you are doing and how you are utilizing actually these investments to make sure that actually we can eventually reproduce it and expand it. And then what is my message to the minister? I think that it's important, and that's the experience of the SDM, get it right from the beginning. Extremely important, because for every projects, being in water, in transport, energy, ICT, if you don't get it right from the beginning in terms of identification, regardless of the plan you will make, you will end up actually with a white elephant somewhere. And the time has come for Africa to move away from the white elephants. We have real elephants, right? So let's actually keep actually building from that, rather than dreaming things that don't exist. And that's the biggest problem you have for most of our infrastructure projects. We don't get them right from the beginning. Let's make sure that we get them right from the beginning. And ODANEPAT and our SDM, we avail ourselves to our member states, since we are civil servants, to make sure that actually they go this direction.
Okay, thank you for that, getting it right from the beginning. Now we end with South Africa, the G20 presidency. Your thoughts on nature-based solutions and also a message to the ministers here.
Thank you very much. Well, my message is that, firstly, that the water sector must be financially self-sustaining. And for that to work, it means that the price of water must reflect the full costs of producing the water. Now, nature-based solutions or catchment management is part of the cost of sustainably producing water. So in South Africa, we've recognized that. And we do have charges for catchment management or nature-based solutions, as you're talking about, as an element of the water price. And those charges for catchment management are, this is new changes that we brought about, are going to be channeled into dedicated institutions which will manage the expenditure of that part of the water price on nature-based solutions and on catchment management. Again, the key message is that those institutions, that revenue must be ring-fenced for that function. It can't be allowed to be used for other things. And those institutions must be well-governed and well-managed. And if they are well-governed and well-managed, if they have this continuous revenue stream of the catchment management charges, then they will be in a very strong position to raise the finance they require on the markets for catchment management projects.
Fantastic. I am so impressed by the conversations that we've had here. And I really take away so many messages, but I take away 4 points. And I think really starting from you, Mr. Al-Hadi, you mentioned the issue of the big T, transparency, transparency. How can we be transparent? And that plugs into the second point, or what you mentioned, Dr. Rodriguez, in terms of efficiency. You know, if you're going to get the right investment into these water investment sectors and different programs and projects, we also have to be efficient. That comes down to now yourself, Director Idris, the issue of making sure that you're monitoring, you're evaluating, but also making sure that we start at the very beginning, we get it right. Because in some instances, these resources are very scarce and may not be quite available. And to your point, making sure, the fourth point, that the very cost of sustainably managing water starts with the actual catchment. And I think that is one of the lessons. By the way, you mentioned Ecuador. We know what has happened to the city of Quito with much less water, similar to here in South Africa. So here we are coming full circle that we need this kind of thread and this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panelists a very big round of applause. And thank you for being an active audience, a listening audience. Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
I don't know if we're going to stand over here in the middle for our family photo.
Sorry, I didn't mention that you.
Okay.
Yes.
I hope they are. I was
14th in the afternoon, just after the sessions. 14th, it's happening in block 1. This is another block. It's that side 1, room 4. It starts at 7. We will be happy to have you in your evening gowns or traditional outfits so that we enjoy the day. We really thank you very much for staying with us until the end and concluding the day. 14th, tomorrow 14th. 14th, 7 o'clock, room 4, block 1.
All right. Thank you so much to our panelists that have just finished, as well as our representative of the leaders. So I think we've come to the end of today, day 1. It's been an intensive day. Some of you traveled and arrived this morning. So we want just to thank you. So in terms of what's going to happen, as we announced earlier, the ministerial and investors closed session is not now because of the time. We will do an announcement tomorrow on what's going to happen with that. So tomorrow, in terms of the run of the show, how things will happen is there will be a ministerial. We'll start with a ministerial in the morning, round table, where the ministers will now be responding to what we've heard today in terms of what the investors and financiers and development partners have been sharing. So tomorrow we hear the perspective of the ministers because they also have their own story. So we'll start with that round table. Then there will also be a plenary of utilities, river boards that are actually working on these issues on the ground and seeing what do we need to do, what are the issues they are facing. Then, of course, we'll have the youth track that will also continue. And the round table, the second round of matchmaking process will continue. The next 20 projects. And in the afternoon, we'll have a plenary again, beyond financial risk. How do we leverage digital technology, artificial intelligence to improve in efficiencies? And finally, we will end with a presentation on the Africa Water Vision, which is also led by African Ministers Council on Water. And then, as we've been advised, at 7 p.m. or 19 hours, tomorrow, it's all delegates. The initial program says invitation only. It's been extended because of the fantastic, great success this day has been to everyone, all the delegations. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Please spread the word to those who are not in this room so that they come knowing about the dinner and they shouldn't think that they're not invited. Everyone is invited. Heads of delegations and delegations.
All right. Thank you. The day is adjourned.